Very warm welcome to the AIU East Zone Conference. I would also like to express my thanks to JIS University for hosting this conference on behalf of AIU. And I'm sure the conference will be run in a very professional and nice manner in the 2 days. Initially, there were some hiccups because of some echoing, but I hope there won't be any hiccup now onwards. So thanks to JIS University for hosting the conference. As you all know that AIU every year holds 5 zonal conferences and 1 main conference. And this year, because of the COVID, we have to host the conferences in the virtual mode. Otherwise, the AIU conferences were a big event and everybody was looking forward to it. But this time, because of COVID, all the 5 zonal conferences we are holding in the virtual mode, and the annual conference, which is scheduled for 23rd to 25th March, which will be done in the Ahmedabad by Ambedkar Open University, Baba Saheb Ambedkar Open University, that we are just depending. If the corona is kind to us, we will hold it in face-to-face mode. And if the situation prevails like this, will be constrained to hold it in the virtual mode too. So the 5 conferences we are holding, and this is the first conference. Each zone is the first conference out of the 5 zonal conferences we are going to hold in future. This is being held on the theme equity and access in higher education, including promotion of art and culture. And rest of the four conferences, for example, West Zone Conference will be hosted by Jaipur National University, Jaipur, on 28th and 29th January on the theme reimagining teacher education, vocational education, and professional education. The Central Zone Vice Chancellor Conference will be on 8th and 9th February, which will be hosted by Sri Sri University from Cuttack, and it will be on promoting quality research and internationalization of higher education. We'll be having the North Zone Conference on 15th and 16th February, which will be held in Delhi by GGS Indraprastha University. The theme will be holistic and multidisciplinary education with technology integration. And lastly, the South Zone Conference will be held by Geetam University, Vishakhapatnam, on the theme governance reforms and financing of higher education. So all the 5 themes you must have seen are relating to the national education policy. So our intention is, because the national education policy was released in July last year, and the government is working very hard on the implementation of national education policy, and the conferences are held all over the country, multiple conferences, not only on understanding NEP but also on implementing NEP. So what we are doing in AIU is that we are sort of talking to everybody, and we are trying to make an implementation document in collaboration with Jindal Global University, which gives the implementation strategy, means how to implement, who will implement, what would be the timeline, and what will be the performance indicators for implementing this policy. So we have made a document, and based on that document, that is a draft document. So that document, based on that document, we have made the policy paper for each of the 5 zonal conferences. So these strategies, when they will be discussed by the eminent vice chancellors in each of the zonal conferences, based on the discussions in the zonal conferences, we will be finalizing the document, and then the document will be released in the annual conference from 23rd to 25th March, which will be giving in detail the implementation strategy for the National Education Policy 2020. So that is our theme of the conference, and that is why we are holding all the 5 zonal conferences on different aspects of NEP. And the final conference theme, which will be the national conference, that will also be implementing national education policy. Now, the last year has been a pretty tough year for everybody, and the COVID had constrained everybody to stay at home, and sort of a new normal, which Dr. Sen Gupta was also talking about, that has emerged. So, what AIU did in the last year, sort of converting this crisis into an opportunity. So that I will share briefly in 2-3 minutes, because there will be a special session called AIU Business Session tomorrow, in which we will be telling you in detail that what all we have done in the last year. And then we will also invite suggestions from the vice chancellors on what all we can do. And if there are some issues which the vice chancellors want us to take up with the government, that can be discussed in that session. So AIU business session, please do attend that session, because that will be the session apart from the technical 3 sessions which we'll be having, 2 today and 1 tomorrow, which will sort of where we can discuss about what we should be taking up from the government, or maybe what issues are relating to higher education which we should take up with the government. Also today we are going to have a session in which there will be an interface with the regulatory authorities. So we had requested UGC, AICT, and NAC. UGC, we are still to get the representative, but NAC and AICT representatives are here. So they will be telling you what new is happening in AICT and what new is happening in NAC. And they will be open house where you can they can answer your queries on these two issues. I mean, anything relating to AICT and anything relating to NAC. And just coming to the type of activities which we took up during the pandemic, I mean, this 1 year of sort of closed universities and colleges. So we tried to help our teachers, because the capacity building of the teachers was a very big issue when the COVID struck all of a sudden and the universities and colleges were sort of shut down. So because when the teachers were to take over as online teacher, and they had to resort to online teaching, many of them were finding difficulty in how to do online teaching, but because they were not trained for it. But then I must compliment my vice chancellors and the universities and the teachers, that they very easily took up to online teaching, and they learned how to teach online. And to that pursuit, AIU itself held many online workshops for training the teachers on how to teach online. And to the extent that now we have partnered with a company called QuedX, and there are online courses available on the AIU website at a discounted rate, where our teachers can go and get the online teaching. Means they can learn how to teach effectively through the online mode, because teaching through online and teaching effectively through online are two different issues. So how to teach effectively, how to give a good presentation, how to do assessment and evaluation, how to even make a good impactful research project, so all these issues are given there. And then we also, I mean, university news, which was a very popular document of AIU, that because we could not publish it in the print form, so we digitized AIU university news, and we had uploaded it on the AIU website throughout the year. Then similarly, we also held there were scholarly articles by eminent educationists. So they were also, every Friday we were putting it up on the AIU website, so that the people get the quality material to read even during the pandemic. The theme of the today's conference, in which we are talking about equity, access, and promotion of Indian languages and culture. In that also, one issue, I mean, I'm not talking in detail about the theme of the conference, because that will be done in the technical sessions. But one issue in which we did extensive work was on eligible enrollment ratio. That is because the policy says that right now our gross enrollment ratio is 26.3, and by 2035 they want to make it 50%. So at that point of point, at that on that point, AIU did a study on eligible enrollment ratio. That is, right now when we talk of GER, it is 26.3, and it is the number of persons who are admitted to higher education out of the age group of 18 to 23. But then what we found out was that the number of persons who are eligible to get admission in higher education, that means the number of people who have passed 12th class and hence eligible to get admission into higher education in the age group of 18 to 23, is very less. And when that number is less, so how can the gross enrollment ratio increase? So we coined a new term called eligible enrollment ratio. That is the number of persons who are eligible to get admission to higher education, how many of them are getting admission into higher education. And we saw that the figure immediately jumped from 26 to 65. And then we did a case study with, say, 10 countries, and India emerged as almost equivalent to many developed countries. So the problem lies not in higher education, but in the school education. And if we are able to sort of improve the enrollment in the school education, at higher education, we don't have to worry about creating expansion. We have to worry about accommodating expansion, because expansion will become automatic. So these type of issues, there is a policy paper also which has been published. There was a paper published in EPW also in this, and international higher education also on this issue. So this is now coming up very fast. Similarly, to take care of the students during the pandemic, we held a cultural event called Kuch Artistic Corona. And I'm happy to share with you that many universities, about 600 universities, participated in the event, and we got 2,400 videos of performances from various students in our universities and colleges. So like this, we are trying to do a lot during the pandemic also, so that the higher education, the vibrance of the campus, the sports activities. You all know that the first Khelo India University Games were held in Orissa itself in the East Zone last year, which was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister of India. And this year we could not hold the Khelo India, but then we are scheduled to hold it in 2021. And this year we will be holding many zonal sports competitions to give a feeder. I mean, that acts as a feeder cater to the Khelo India University Games. So AIU is trying its best to help the universities, to assist the universities, to service the universities in best possible manners. And you must have also seen that AIU is now automating itself. So AIU, many of the functions of AIU are now automated. And now the equivalent certificate of AIU, which is something very important for the students who get foreign degrees, that is totally automated. You can apply online and download the equivalent certificate online. Similarly, many activities, including seniority of vice chancellors, which we are asking right now. So if any of you has not filled their seniority, please fill it on the AIU portal. So that AIU portal, again, in detail, I will tell in the AIU business session, but that is coming up very fast. So please cooperate, because without you, we are nothing. We are existing just because of all the vice chancellors who are with us, and because of the active participation of the vice chancellors in the events of AIU. So please cooperate, and please let us all move ahead very fast, but collectively. Unless we are together, we cannot move ahead. So with this, I'll just end. Thank you very much. Again, a very warm welcome to all of you. And thanks to JIS University for hosting the event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your address and for your encouraging words. We are honored to have former Governor of Chhattisgarh, Sri Shekhar Dutt, as the chief guest on the occasion. An IAS officer of the 1969 batch, he served in a variety of ministries at prestigious positions, including Health Secretary, Defense Secretary, Deputy National Secretary, Advisor, Director General, Sports Authority of India, etc. He serves in the Indian Army and received the Sena Medal for gallantry in the 1971 Indo-Pak War. As governor, he was the Chancellor of State Universities of Chhattisgarh and a visitor of some private universities. Sri Dutt served on the Board of Governors of DeSales University, USA, and is presently member of the governing board of the University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata. He was conferred with honoris causa by Swansea University in the United Kingdom and a degree of Doctor of Science honoris causa by the University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata. He has several books to his credit, including Reflections on Contemporary India, which has gathered a lot of popularity. Presently, he is involved in the sectors of education and training, national security and defense, renewable energy, as well as sports and culture. Sir, I extend a very warm welcome to you and request you to kindly address the gathering and bless us. Sir.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Tej Pratap, Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Professor Dr. Indranil Sengupta, and all other vice chancellors and other dignitaries, educationists who are in this program of Association of Indian Universities, which, as the sun travels, Surya travels, starts from the eastern zone of India. I am very closely associated with renewable energy and solar energy in particular. So I think it's a very interesting facet that as the sun starts its journey to India, education also, or these discussions on education also will be putting different areas under very good uh, illumination. The subject of today's discussion, today's and tomorrow's discussion, would be equity and access in higher education, including promotion of Indian languages, art, and culture. Very, very well chosen, especially keeping in view the new national education policy of which includes school education and higher education both of the government. As Dr. Pankaj Mittal said, that it is time to think of the eligible enrollment ratio, because then we understand that what is the numbers of people who were actually eligible to get enrollment. There are a large number of people, the students, who start their journey into education through schools, but do not complete 12 years of schools. Can you hear me, please? Okay. So they don't complete the journey of 12 years of education in schools. So they are not eligible. Actually, as Indians and people in position, I think it is absolutely essential that we do not feel very kind of safe and protected with counting the enrollment ratio, but I think we must see how many and what is the percentage of children who complete class 12. Everybody should be able to complete class 12. Then India will be a place where the entire youth of India, which is a very sizable population of India and therefore the world, will have the basis of education. And from this, people can choose into whether to go to higher education or to develop a skill and start working. But I would prefer every Indian to complete 12 years of education and then go and do at least 2 or 3 years of graduate studies. That would make India into a world power of knowledge. And the whole idea of the national education policy is to make India into a knowledge, the bounty of knowledge, and like what used to be in the say 2,000-3,000 years ago. India was Vishwaguru. We cannot become Vishwaguru if we don't make use of the possibility of entering university or college education. And therefore, it is necessary. Now, one thing is college is enrollment. The other thing is quality of education. And quality of education has to be extremely good. Quality of education should be such that 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 the children, boys and girls, or even adults, they find it interesting. Many times when we used to see and ask why they were dropouts, the children or even their parents used to say कि साहब इंटरेस्टिंग नहीं है, अच्छा नहीं लगता, पढ़ाई होती नहीं है और इसलिए हम लोग छोड़ देते हैं स्कूल. तो इंटरेस्टिंग अगर हो, if it is interesting, then children will spend time and the parents would spend money and see that the children get educated. So how do we have interesting curriculum? The curriculum of schools as well as universities. And I have seen many universities throughout my career, whether in the districts or division or the state government or in the central government. I find that there is a significant lack of putting interest into education. in our curriculum. India, Bharatvarsh, should be very, very concerned about this thing, because see the kind of food that we eat. We put a lot of masala into it. We put a lot of condiment into it because we want to make the food tasty. If we spend so much time in making food tasty, can't we make the education interesting? We have to make this education interesting, and also lead on to the student in finding his own capabilities, the inner capabilities. The child has developed into a resource. That is why this whole thing used to be called human resource. The child is developed into a resource. How does this resource be useful to the society? How does this resource be useful to the country? How does this resource become useful to the mankind? And this is what our aim should be, of putting education, and that too college and university education, into the child who's started his career into the university at the age of 16 or 17 years. And I'm sure that Indian youth will be able to gather entire knowledge, whatever has been put into him or her, because he's capable, because she is capable. And she finds the education interesting, she will take the entire. Now, I congratulate the Association of Indian Universities for selecting the topic equity and access in higher education, including promotion of Indian languages, art and culture. I feel very strongly that language, I am talking to you in English. I can also speak to you in Hindi. I'm not so certain that I'll be able to talk in some other languages. But communication is essential. So whether I speak in English or I speak in Hindi, I should be able to communicate. Language is the platform on which communication is based. Communication is which enables the society to move forward. Communication is at the one time it is a feedback of whatever is happening. At the other time, it is direction as to what should happen or what should be doing in order to see from the feedback the right direction to be given. Everything is communication, whether it is verbal or it is written. And we have to be certain that we are able to give communication, we are able to communicate in a written format. Why? Because that is what remains. Even if we record everything and keep it, it cannot be used just for reference. Reference, it has to be written. So orders have to be given on paper. Directions have to be given on paper. So written. And once we do that, bring it in our habit, then we will be able to put the world into a constant learning, and then use the learning into effect, and make us be one ahead of time rather than follow the time. हम पीछे पीछे समय के घूमते रहेंगे तो समय हमसे हमेशा आगे रहेगी. The time will always be. যদি আমরা সময়ের পেছনে পেছনে ঘুরতে থাকি, তখন সময় আমাদের আগে থাকবে আর সময় পিছিয়ে দেবে আমাদেরকে. So we will fall behind the time. We in India have to be ahead of time. We have to think. And the way we have handled COVID, we have displayed all this that you are doing. We have displayed that we can do enormously well in a virtual platform. But we have to be able to write what we think, and then use that, what we think, into proper arguments in finding the right direction of us, what should be done at a particular time. And I think pedagogy in higher education can only be say arrived at, the right pedagogy can be arrived at by doing these kind of things and seeing different situations, what should be the ability of the Indian youth who comes out of education, who comes out of a degree course, and what should be his ability. So we should develop ability. Like in the school education, you are seeing the what should be the level of learning after class 8 or class 9 or class 10. But here it should be ability. What should be the ability? And every time a different, all semesters should be able to assess the ability generated in the student, because the semester is taking care of a group of items which will not be repeated in the course. So my point is that learning is a two-way thing. It is not just the student who learns, it is also the teacher who learns. And constantly, I think this two-way thing has to be exercised. And then, for heaven's sake, we must write and then prepare the teaching learning packages. And one sector should be that of the teacher, constantly. The other thing is about the language and culture is people. I am, say, a managing director or a general manager of a company. I have people under me. Now, if I am a general manager in Tamil Nadu, or if I am a general manager in Bihar, I must know the mind of the people of Tamil Nadu or the people of Bihar. How do we do that? In fact, good educationists have made a subject, and that subject is anthropology, which discusses the ability of the mind with the entire personality. How does it and sees a community in as a whole and studies that. We don't have anthropology in many universities. I would urge that we should have anthropology as a subject. Most of the developed countries, Europe, Western Europe, and North Americas or Japan, teach their student about anthropology so that they can work in different countries or different communities. I have worked in, say, in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Even in Madhya Pradesh, there are at least 5 or 6 zones which have different kind of people. The persons of Chambal, Bundelkhand behave differently to a situation. The persons of Malwa or Indore, Khandwa region behave different. The persons of Chhattisgarh behave differently. The tribal persons of, say, Dhar and Jabua behave differently from the tribal persons of, say, Bastar or Raigad. So we have to understand. And in the 19th century, in the 20th century, there have been a lot of anthropologists who have serialized all these people. Dr. Verrier Elbin is one of them. I would be very happy if present anthropologists or present teachers also write about the people, because then we understand the mindset of the people who we are going to lead, who we are preparing our students to lead as chairman, managing director, general manager, like that. The aim of higher education is not to just to make a very strong beginner as assistant engineer or assistant manager or lecturer. The aim of higher education is to make an extremely good finisher the dean, the professor, the principal, the managing director, the general manager. So finishers has to be the objective. How do we make our student from a raw student into ability to have leadership, the highest amount of leadership? We are making a huge numbers of people into leadership of different organization, and we have to do that. कोई और country हमारे लिए नहीं करेगा. No other country will do this work for us. Our future, and we are, when I talk of future, is not this 10 years or 15 years. I've been talking in many institutions or in programs. Our biggest heritage.
So আমি শিওর ছিলাম প্যালেটে ফেলে দিই
Biggest heritage of 5,000 years of civilization. So 5,000 years of civilization is what we have brought. But we must think of 500 years from now, at what level India would be. And I would urge the Association of Indian Universities to continue doing this good work. And I am absolutely certain that you will be able to bring in all these into discussion and hugely influence the mind of all the teaching, learning, and the atmosphere of universities, of seats of higher learning should be doing. And I wish you every success in this thing. And I'm extremely thankful that you gave me the chance of talking. I don't know whether I've overshot my time, but there were so many other things also, but I would love to participate in any kind of a discussion on this. And I'm sure that India, under your and all the universities and the josh that is displayed by the vice chancellors and the Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Mittal, Dr. Tej Pratap, Dr. Pani, and all the good team, I'm sure that Indian universities will be able to significantly increase the capacity and the capability of Indian youth who go through the portals of university and college education. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Very nice. Very nicely you say. Very nice.
Thank you, sir. The
Thank you.
aim of the higher education should be to make good finisher. Thank you, sir, for your motivational words. It means a lot to us. It is our honor to invite Dr. Tej Pratap, President AIU, for his presidential address. Dr. Tej Pratap is presently the Vice Chancellor, GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Uttarakhand. In his long span of 12 years of Vice Chancellorship, he served as CSK Himachal Pradesh Agricultural University, Palampur for 2 terms, Shady Kashmir University of Agricultural Sciences and Technology, Srinagar, and APG Shimla University for 1 term each. A mountain man of agricultural education, Professor Tej Pratap is internationally known for extensive research in hill and mountain agriculture. A recipient of several honors and awards, Professor Tej Pratap has been conferred with Honorary Professor in Mountain Agriculture by the Tibet Academy of Agriculture and Animal Sciences, and by the Institute of Geography and Natural Resources, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Beijing, China. I would request Dr. Pratap for his presidential address. Sir.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. I'm sure I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, my dear. Thank you. Honorable Chief Guest of the Day, Shekhar Gupta ji, the host Vice Chancellor, Indranil Sen Gupta ji, my own colleague, Pankaj Mittal, the Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, and all of you colleague vice chancellors who are attending this meeting online. Let me start by saying that Association of Indian Universities is a very unique body where we all vice chancellors, we feel we are one family. It's a very rare thing that vice chancellors will have a platform of their own, but then it depends on us how we use this platform, how we maintain the family relations, communication, whether we are really active or not. परिवार में कभी ऐसे भी होता है कि काफी सारे लोग होते हैं लेकिन they are good. These days we are tending to lose communication temperament, mindset. But then even in a small family, when people communicate, it becomes very productive, homely, and probably that's exactly what is expected of us also. In this context, when we were talking about setting the agenda for this year, I had this opportunity as chairman, so I talked to Pankaj Mittalji saying, well, this is a great opportunity to make it very meaningful, whole zonal interactions. In fact, this system said that we meet in groups first, east, west, north, south, central, and then finally as a group. So why not we organically link the subject? Well, the issue at hand was what it could be. Well, national education policy announced by the government, and we are now into that. 2020 was great. While we were grappling with a global problem that was COVID, Corona. And second, also in the middle of this thing, we had the new education policy. So AIU, at AIU headquarters, we decided that this is the opportunity where the Vice Chancellor should be discussing, using this platform, debating about different aspects that are there in the education policy. And finally, we are together. It's not theoretical. Since policy is already announced, topics are already picked up. In this education policy, equity and access are two important aspects mentioned. Internationalization is mentioned, faculty development, students enrollment issues. These are different kind of subject matter issues in national education policy. How do we enhance GR? How do we become, attract international students, internationalization? How do we improve the quality? All these are different aspects. And while distributing, we thought in the Eastern Zone, when we start, let's start from equity and access. This is one of the key issues. Similarly, in 4 other zones, we'll have at least 8 issues will be covered. And when we put it together, so we, the family of vice chancellors, we will have this knowledge and learning together, as well as informed decision making at the end of the day. When we interact, when we gather the knowledge, whole idea is that at the end of the day, we have something not written in the national education policy, but we, the vice chancellors, we have that distilled before us. How do we implement national education policies, different aspects? With this thing in mind, colleagues, the topic was set. It is equity and access. And let me put it here. Shekhar ji ne badi अच्छी तरह से वो बताया कि Pankaj Mittal did it. कि we are also kind of in a higher education. हम stakeholders भी हैं और victims भी हैं education के. What happens from first class to 12th class? You said it very rightly, sir. That is served to us. If there is enough of food, a quality food, we get that as input. If that is not there, then the higher education becomes a victim of weak schooling education. I think this has been brought out in the national education policy also. However, I see while its whole education system, higher education, its perspective and its issues are different than the lower education schooling. So I'm not going to touch in that, except for that, I only can wish that what you have said, sir, that the education policy takes care of improving schooling, because the equity and access is more relevant at the ground there. And our equity and access also benefits or becomes a victim of school education. Now, if there are good schools and good students, then access to higher education for quality material is a different issue. If there are no good schools, like we see, and as was revealed earlier, living in the mountains and working in the mountains, some of these things are very close to my heart. I see, well, how can you expect education in an area where even the physical distance is impacting that whole issue? How can we have good youth when its initial stages of education are so poorly attended to? I think we are very weak in that. Maybe the issue of investment and others. I will leave that aside. I'll come to the university issues and university. Dear friends, the whole university system as it is envisioned in national education policy, I think a lot of good things are there. One good thing that I see is that the whole our governing structure has been revisited and realized that we have to restructure it and make it good. If that happens, then the issue of equity and access automatically comes. Equity, in a way, if I put it in a general word, then it is exactly opportunity for everybody to get education, equal opportunity to all. Now, what hinders us there in equity is बराबरी की problem कब आती है? Well, our issues become equity and access are also linked with you provide that opportunity, that also means you have access to the things. एक तो basic चीज इतना बड़ा देश है, and it has been recognized in education policy that the physical distance has been a factor. जो शहर में रहते हैं अच्छी एजुकेशन है because अच्छी institutions उनको access है. The equity issues in urban areas would be more of social and economic only, not even social. But when it is rural and urban, the issue of physical access still remains. And that's why in national education policy, it's been said that there would be a higher education institution in almost every district. I only hope that the gene, I'm using a very different word, gene of the schooling system that government, Navodaya Vidyalaya, that central government takes care. It's one of the wonderful things that was done to India, realizing that school education in states and every district is not very good. So providing that opportunity, it has actually hit the crucial issue of equity, access. अगर आप अच्छे बच्चे हैं उस एरिया के, अगर आपको एडमिशन उस स्कूल में मिलती है, तो you have that opportunity of equal access and you really excel by the time you are youth. मेरा ख्याल है वही बात हायर एजुकेशन में realize की गई है. That's the reason that in the blueprint of national education policy indicates that there would be one good university in each district. Very good indeed. With all the subjects, university भी ऐसा नहीं कि खोल दिया, अभी ऐसा है कि university खोलते हैं, but then it is only 4 subjects ask के खोल दिए, कुछ खोल दिए. But then the whole concept of university also has been redefined that a university should be a multidisciplinary university, reasonably multidisciplinary, providing access to all kinds of subjects and to all. If this issue is like that, then I think for us vice chancellors, it's not about defining these things, it's at implementation level. This is exactly what I want all of you colleagues in 1.5 days that you have to discuss. Theoretical perspectives, they are already there. मैं तो थोड़ा सा groundwork बना रहा था, भूमिका बांध रहा था. How do we implement these things in our higher education? In several ways, institutionally, we have been incapacitated for not attending these issues. हमारे rules, regulations ऐसे हैं, admission के भी. If I see the present admission system, उसमें equity जैसा कुछ नहीं है. नंबर आए तो आपको admission मिल गई, आपने टेस्ट दिया उसमें आ गए तो आ गए, नहीं आए तो नहीं आए. I'll give a very interesting example. Shekhar ji, you will bear with me and I'm sure you will enjoy my example. In agriculture, normally we say that you are not producing graduates which would become farmers, and we are being accused that you are producing graduates others they become job seekers. वो job seekers आज के दिन में होंगे क्योंकि ये issue of equity access का हमने ध्यान नहीं दिया. Then they say कि what is wrong with agriculture education कि वो जब आते हैं उसके बाद वो farmer नहीं बनते. The beautiful thing is when you are admitting students, have you ever bothered about that? No. At that stage, we are giving no consideration to that issue of कि वो farmer का बच्चा आएगा तभी तो वो किसान बनेगा. At that level, what we are now trying to do is, well, merit, scholarly things. So when we take all India level test or university level test, we give consideration to merit. आजकल हो क्या रहा है यूनिवर्सिटीज में, बाकियों में भी ऐसे हो रहा है. So in agriculture, if you are a best university, you get the top above 90% things. Above 90% marks are of those who are in cities who have studied in public schools, and most of them, 70%, these are our girls, and rest are our boys from there. The guy with a farming background and a knowledge who was supposed to go back as a farmer, they have only 10 to 15% opportunity. उनमें से एक दो ही आ जाते हैं ऊपर, और बाकी के जिनको एक्चुअली एजुकेशन लेके हम फोर्स कर सकते थे कि दे कैन हैव इंटरेस्ट नाउ गोइंग बैक डूइंग एग्रीकल्चर इन मॉडर्न वे, वो इस चीज के विक्टिम हुए हैं, वो इस सिस्टम में एंट्री नहीं कर पाए. नाउ वी आर स्टूडेंट्स, वी टीच देम. जब ग्रेजुएशन हो जाती है, वी हैव अ प्रॉब्लम. वी हैव एग्रीकल्चर ग्रेजुएट्स with little or no knowledge of agriculture systems per se on the ground. अब आप उनको वो सिखाएंगे कि दूसरा सिखाएंगे. This is exactly मैंने तो just एक example अपने वाइस चांसलर को इसको देनी थी. This also has to be said. This is exactly what it means. When equity is not considered in the beginning, then we become as higher education institutional managers victim of that. और राइट लोग ही नहीं मिलेंगे तो हम इक्विटी में का आगे डेफिनेशन क्या देंगे. सो यू हैव दिस ऑनरस रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टुडे ऑफ लुकिंग एट के नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में जब हम स्टेक होल्डर्स हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, क्लाइंट्स भी वो हैं, उनको अगर लेना है तो आइडेंटिफाई दोज बॉटलनेक्स दैट वी गेट द राइट काइंड ऑफ पीपल. इफ वी डोंट हैव दैट देन वी विल हैव अ प्रॉब्लम. Similarly, if you see the national education policy, it says bringing them up is one, but after that the opportunities, subjects, वो अलग बात है कि एक ही चीज ले ले. But most students who come in, they will have this opportunity during this year of finding the real power inside them, no matter which subject he studies. So provide that opportunity. जैसा आप art and culture की बात कर रहे थे. So under these few words, a lot of things are hidden. Art doesn't mean only music, but then it is social sciences. The sciences, the technical education also needs that kind of knowledge and information in the youth, because many times we feel the students that come, actually by the time they graduate, they simply do not know कि वो जिंदगी में actually बनना क्या चाहते थे. I met several students. At that time, they suddenly realized that their passion and power was for something else. We have not understood that. This is again, then it comes in a different domain, but can also be discussed here under the issue of access की dimensions की मैं बात कर रहा था. When the students are with us, access to what kind of things? Physical access to education is one, to become excellent is one, but also access to these different kinds of windows of opportunity and providing the creating facilities for that kind of academics. That students at the end of the day feel that's exactly New India, that every youth is at the end of the day trained in the area in which he was most comfortable, in which his mindset and temperament was there. I think this is expected of us from universities, from us vice chancellor to think, so that we have this kind of youth for India. Let me just comment on one thing more, that by and large, vice chancellors are a community that are mostly neglected and forgotten. I don't think we are ever asked in any real issues कि भाई आप लोग institutions में क्या देख रहे हैं, इनको अच्छा कैसा किया जाए. the first time that a new education policy process, when it was being developed, even now, not only that we are getting these opportunities. So ये एक platform है discuss करने का, we still have the opportunity to pass on whatever we distill from here for implementation. There are a lot of things left in implementation to the institutions कि आप कैसे करना चाहते हैं, ये आमतौर पर available नहीं होता, इसीलिए ये जो discussion है, it should not be academic. I stress and I request my colleague vice chancellors that खुल के आप देखें कि जो implementation में इन चीजों के क्या-क्या perspectives आने चाहिए, क्या-क्या bottlenecks हैं, issues हैं, constraints हम क्या face करेंगे, opportunities क्या होंगी. अगर हम वो चीज करेंगे, end of the day हमारी report में वो चीज अगर आ जाए, वो हम pass on करें, so this is the time. Let's not spend much more time on theoretical perspectives, excess activity. होता क्या है? That's already seen by several people. It's already, we have this opportunity of practically finding ways and suggesting certain implementation strategies that help us tomorrow in effectively implementing not only national education policy, but helping all of us in running our universities better, providing good access to students, where equity and access, we say, हमारी universities में equity access all over India एक ही तरह से समझा जाता है और उसी तरह से हम opportunities भी सभी को देते हैं. ये last की जो line है, मैं बोल रहा हूँ, अगर हम ये कर पाएं कि हम सब इन words को एक ही तरह से समझते हैं, हम सब की एक जैसी strategy है और उसको implement भी वैसे ही किया जाता है across India in all the universities, we will have succeeded in that. Thank you very much, friends. I was also a victim of Corona the past 1.5 months. This is the limit, this is the maximum I can speak. I'm already trying to find problems for speaking. It's a pleasure to be with you. बड़ी इच्छा थी कि आप सबको मिलता इकट्ठे होते, ऊपर वाले ने नहीं चाहा. तो देखते हैं, हम इच्छा रखते हैं कि हमारी फाइनल मीटिंग अहमदाबाद में इकट्ठे हो. Until then, even on virtual platform, it's very good. Thank you very much. Good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presidential address, and get well soon, sir. Now it's time for release of special issue of University News. University News, which is a weekly journal of higher education brought out by the Association of Indian Universities, is the only journal catering to Indian higher education system for the last 91 years. University News is popular for the richness of its content and clockwise regularity. Some of the unique features like thesis of the month and convocation address make it essential and sought after for the academia. Dr. S. Ramadevi Pani has been editing the University News for the last 21 years. Now, I request the chief guest of the function, Sri Shekhar Dutt ji, to release the University News. I request Professor Tej Pratap, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Professor Indranil Sengupta, and Dr. S. Ramadevi also to join the release. I would request our technical team to bring them under spotlight.
Thank you very much. And it's been very well brought out. Every issue of the University News is worth reading, and it becomes a document which is good for educationists to keep. And thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now we will go for digital release of this University News. Thank you all. Thank you to our technical team. To conclude this wonderful inaugural session, I would like to call Mr. Gaurav Mujumdar, Nodal Officer of AIU East Zone Vice Chancellor's Meet 2021 for deliverance of the vote of thanks. Dr. Mujumdar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me take the privilege to thank you, Dr. Obik. Let me take the privilege. Take the privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of JIS University, the host of Association of Indian Universities East Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2020-21. It has been a pleasure to host the East Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 21 at JIS University through virtual mode. At the outset, we'd like to convey our sincere gratitude to the chief guest, Mr. Shekhar Dutt ji, Honorable former Governor of Chhattisgarh, for gracing today's conference. We sincerely thank our Chancellor, Sardar Taranjit Singh ji, for his consistent support and encouragement, under whose vision and guidance we are able to host this meet. I would like to extend my sincere and honest thanks to the Vice Chancellor, JIS University, Professor Dr. Indranu Sengupta, for extensive support and guidance. Let me take the opportunity to express our gratitude to the President of AIU, Dr. Tej Pratap sir, Secretary General Ma'am, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, to confide on us and give us the opportunity to host this wonderful meet of respected vice chancellors and delegates coming from around 135 universities and apex bodies like UGC, NAC, and AICT. Ma'am, your support and guidance was enriching and perfect. On behalf of JIS University, I extend my sincere thanks to all speakers of the conference for sharing their vision and knowledge. I especially thank the entire AIU team of Dr. S. Ramadevi Pani, Mr. Vijayendra Kumar, Mr. Satyapal Singh, Mr. Shivam Dikshit for meticulous support, guidance, and encouragement. It was a wonderful experience to work with you, sir. Sincere thanks to the entire JIS group management and the wonderful JIS University organizing team who have given their precious time, efforts in organizing this wonderful event. Without that, it would not have been possible. Thanks, Dr. Shoikat Maiti, Dr. Ravik, Dr. Manua Banerjee ma'am, Ms. Momala ma'am, all rapporteurs, systems, and tech support team from JIS University. I once again thank everyone and wish the conference a successful one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mujumdar. In continuation to this session, we have a session on interaction of apex bodies, so please remain in the meeting. So before starting the interaction of the apex body committee, I would like to share some words about the apex body. So Association of Indian Universities, we all know, is one of the premier institutions of the country working for the cause of higher education since its inception in 1925. Some of the main objectives of association are to serve as an inter-university organization, to act as a liaison between universities and the governments, to act as the representative of universities of India, to assist universities in obtaining recognition for their degrees, diplomas, and examinations from other universities, Indian as well as foreign, to help universities to maintain their autonomous character, etc. Coordination and mutual consultation amongst the universities is also in their line of action. To act as the representative of universities of India. As we all know, the vice chancellors of the universities have several issues which they would like to discuss with the heads of apex bodies face to face. Keeping this in view and to facilitate fulfillment of the spelled out objectives, AIU organizes an interface session with heads of apex bodies in its vice chancellors meets. Purpose of this session is also enable the heads of apex bodies to communicate their views and information of their bodies to the vice chancellors. It is time for interaction of the apex body officers. I would request all officers of apex bodies to be present. We will start the interface soon. In this session, we have Professor Dr. G. Thiruvasagam as the chairperson. And as a speaker, we have Professor Rajendra B. Kagde and Dr. M.S. Shamasundar. I would request Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam to chair the session. Sir, please. Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam is Vice President AIU and Vice Chancellor, Amit University, Chennai. In his long career span, he served as Professor of Commerce and Management, Principal, Member of the Syndicate of Madurai Kamraj University, Vice Chancellor for 2 successive terms of 2 eminent universities in Tamil Nadu, namely Bharatihar University, Coimbatore, and the University of Madras. He was one of the 6 Vice Chancellors of India invited to serve on the Central Advisory Board for Education. On behalf of JIS University, sir, I would like to welcome you in this meet.
Thank you very much for the good words of introduction. Honorable Vice Chancellor and the President of Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Tej Pratap, His Excellency, former Governor of Chhattisgarh, Shekhar Dutt, my colleague in Association of Indian Universities, a dynamic leader, Secretary General Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Honorable Vice Chancellor Indrani Senkupta, the Vice Chancellor of JIS University, beloved members of the Governing Council of Association of Indian Universities, and the most respected colleague Vice Chancellors who are participating large in number in this conference. I am delighted that one of the leading private universities of India, JIS University, is hosting this conference and conducting in collaboration with the Association of Indian Universities today. We should all thank Dr. Pankaj Mittal for following the tradition of AIU in allotting an exclusive session for the interface discussion with the officials of the apex bodies. I'm equally happy that the apex bodies of NAC and the AICT have debuted the professors of academic excellence and well-experienced officials, Dr. Shamsundar, the advisor NAC, and Dr. Rajendra Hakte, the advisor AICT as well. I would like to convey my sincere appreciation and thanks to the fellow speakers of the session also. As rightly pointed out by my beloved President, Tej Pratap, we are going to have another 6 regional conferences. I am confident in each conferences, 2 or 3 officials from different apex bodies are going to participate. I strongly feel it is an ample opportunity which is being given to the Vice Chancellor of all the Universities of India to participate, put their questions and get clarifications in all the 6 conferences. And finally, I am very much confident that the recommendations and suggestions what we are going to forward to these apex bodies will be taken very seriously, and sometimes it would be a solution for our long-term issues as well. My dear colleague Vice Chancellors, as we are well aware and experienced that reaching AWEX bodies, now we have only two AWEX bodies before us, NAG and AICTE. There are few more AWEX bodies also, like University Grants Commission, Medical Council of India, and hopefully in the ensuing conferences, the other apex bodies representatives also will be invited, and the chances will be given to those vice chancellors of the particular discipline as well. So it is somewhat very difficult as vice chancellors to reach the top officials of these apex bodies and to place all our issues and get clarified certain matters which are all pending for a long time as well. I don't find fault with the top officials of these bodies, but basically it is very difficult for them as well, because there are 1,008 universities and almost 40,000 colleges. If they want to speak with them or listen them, all the 1,008 vice chancellors and the principals of all the 40,000 colleges, it's not easier for them. To overcome that difficulty only, Association of Indian Universities made it as a policy to invite officials from the apex bodies and allow the vice chancellors to put the questions, get the solutions, or at least some sorts of suggestions from them to implement what they want. So this is an opportunity right now available. Hopefully, after the session of speech by both the experts, I will give opportunity for all the participating vice chancellors can very well raise their questions and get things clarified. Before I invite the speakers, I would like to place before them two common issues which are being faced by all the universities. As vice chancellors, we have been given a lot of tasks for several decades, and certain times, each 5 year there was certain theme for higher education, and rather to say some slogans also for higher education. Sometimes back, even decades back, education for education, it was the theme. Then education for employment, then education for entrepreneurship. Likewise, we met so many themes. But today, now it is a period of education for innovation. Starting from Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, followed by the chairmen of UGC, AICTE, and director of NAC, and other apex bodies. They stress and give much importance for innovation in introducing courses, introducing programs, and running the universities by making use of a lot of new ICT facilities. Likewise, they go on preaching. When it's a question of practicing, as vice chancellors, we take those words, those themes, those slogans very, very, very seriously. We introduce, and we have introduced many innovative programs after taking concurrence from Board of Studies, Academic Council, Senate, Syndicate, etc., etc. All type of these courses are most of the time innovative, job-oriented, need-based, and especially ensures employment as well, for which we don't want much reward and award. At least there must be some acknowledgement and recognition at the time of giving grading to the university as well. For an example, when we go to NAC for getting grading, there are 7 criteria, 8 criterions, in which also there is a column, only 2 columns are there. How many courses you have introduced for the last 5 years, new courses? If it is a number, high number, hopefully we are getting marks. And there is no specific column saying that how many innovative courses or how many job-oriented courses or how many local need courses you have introduced. So there, whatever we have done, not recognized. So take it for granted. There is a course which is being coined by the university at Coimbatore because it's textile city, course related to textile. Suppose there is a course which is being coined by a university at the southern part of Tamil Nadu, the fishing. Even Maritime University introduces courses related to maritime. Come to the latest, artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data. These are all new courses. But when we introduce new courses, we don't have sufficient faculty with the PhD as prescribed by UGC and AICT to teach. Whereas in all our grading, they ask how many PhD holders are in your university as a teachers, in your college as a teachers. If our count is less, the mark is less. How many PhDs you have produced? If the count is less, the mark is less. So what I would like to stress, when you want to some innovation, when you want to make, because all these courses, what I have mentioned are almost 100% placement assured. Because our higher education, major aim of higher education is to provide employable education in India. Because we have to, our target of mass, which requires employment, is very huge. So that kind of recognition we want. Hopefully, Dr. Shyam Sundar, in his speech, he will come out. It's only a common issue. It's not a question as well. Then coming to AICT as well. One more example, after which I will wind up my speech. See, in AICT, sometime, we found some rigidity in the sense. See, when we go for innovative courses, new courses, the nomenclature is very, very important. Because so-called employers, the so-called recruiters, they look into the nomenclature as well. For an example, a university, take it for granted, a university which is dealing with the maritime education is offering MBA in shipping and logistics. Shipping and logistics. Because it is sector focusing and unique, all the enrolled students are getting employed, mostly in abroad and a certain percentage in India. When the university uploaded that nomenclature as MBA, shipping and logistics, the reply came, your nomenclature cannot be accepted. We have a nomenclature like this, MBA, logistic and supply chain management. How can we make it? One side, we are preaching and we are following and practicing. Another side, we face hurdles and bottleneck. Like what I have mentioned, only one or two things. All the universities, they face many difficulties in giving notification, and when it is being followed strictly and it's not being recognized and graded. And one more major thing I would like to place before both the speakers. Sir, for the last 10 months, the total functioning of the entire campuses of university and colleges paralyzed due to COVID-19. Of course, we conducted classes online. We conducted examination online. As a well-experienced Vice Chancellor, I cannot certify that all the examinations, all the outcome of the examinations are 100% quality oriented. When it's a case, how your NAC is going to treat this particular period, especially the areas of demand ratio. Yes, demand ratio is nothing but how many applications received for your courses. This year, due to various reasons, students are hesitant to apply for courses. Students are hesitant to come to the hostel to stay like that. Likewise, there are many difficulties which are going to be encountered. Then, funds mobilization from NGOs and philanthropists. All the industries, all the philanthropists, they are almost working for their survival. How can we mobilize funds? Then student pass percentage. Number of papers presented by colleagues, faculty members in the conferences. Conducting conferences, it itself is a very difficult task. Likewise, extension programs which are being conducted by students and participated by students. Likewise, lot of difficulties we come across during this period. How the NAC is going to take this period, how the various criterion are going to be attended, how the marks are going to be decided. These are all the few issues I would like to place before the speakers. As a chairman of this session, hopefully my colleague Vice Chancellor also will have few questions. After addressing the speakers, I will invite our colleague Vice Chancellors to place their questions and get the clarification or answer, rather to say solution from the speakers. With these few words of my remarks, I request the advisor of NAC, Dr. Rajendra Hegde, please give your address.
Thank you, sir. So the first speaker of this interface session is Professor Rajendra B. Kagde, Advisor AICTE. Professor Kagde joined All India Council for Technical Education as an advisor from September 1st, 2020. Previously, he was professor at the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Rashtrasant Tukadoji Maharaj Nagpur University, Nagpur. He is an expert in the field of pharmaceutical analysis, impurity profiling, bioanalysis, bioactives, and natural products.
Sorry, you're muted.
Oh. Now, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
He has, to his credit, more than 125 research papers and books on research methodology and pharmaceutics. I'd request Professor Kagde to please deliver his speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Today, we meet virtually because of this pandemic, and we convert this as an opportunity to speak everyone on the virtual platform. Today's chief guest, former Chancellor Shekhar Dattaji, dynamic personality, and he added very rightly that we have to add spices in the food to make it tasty. So it is now our turn to add spices into the education to make it tasty so that everyone enjoy the food from the down to the up, right? The president of AIU, Tej Pratapji, he also tell that समय आदमी को सब सिखा देता है, and it is right. Now today we are here because of this pandemic, and we are taking the opportunity of this pandemic, and we are here. So we are not resting anywhere, but we continued our shows. Show must go on like that. Pankaj Mittal, Madam Secretary General, AIU, and all the dignitaries, vice chancellors of the universities. At the outset, I am very much thankful to AIU for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this important virtual meet. On behalf of AICT, I welcome you all. At the outset, I will start my presentation. So I will share my screen here. Just allow me to.
Yes, sir, you are in.
Yeah. Right. So first of all, I just want to say about the AICT. What is our aim?
Sir, you are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Right, sir. You are hearing me? I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The aim of higher education in India is to provide access, equity, quality with accountability at affordable cost to all aspiring citizens with utmost transparency to ensure sustainable economic development of the nation. It is achieved through creation, dissemination, and application of knowledge. The All India Council for Technical Education has been in existence since November 1945 as a national level apex advisory body and as a statutory body through an Act of Parliament in 1987 with its mission of developing and promoting quality technical education in the country in a coordinated and integrated manner. The Council's constant endeavor is to encourage a meaningful association between the technical education system and research and development activities in a concerted effort aimed at nation building. Technical education at all levels is witnessing a severe competition, and only those institutions who strive for excellence will survive. The Council believes in providing all kinds of support and encourage institutions to think beyond the curriculum while imparting training for the advancement of knowledge. The Council has to put in place several initiatives to bring about changes in the approval process by introducing greater transparency and accountability through the e-governance. AICT has been constantly endeavoring to simplify the procedure and bringing greater ease in the approval process through informal and formal interaction with all stakeholders. The role of AICT as a true facilitator of quality technical education is evident from the changes made in the approval process handbook along with the revised Gazette Policy Regulation number 2020 of AICT dated 4 February. This is expected to create an academic ambience in the technical institutions for nurturing and supporting quality so that technical education in India will be one of the best in the world. AICT has signed several MOUs with both government departments and private organizations, NGOs, startups for supporting students and institutions in getting internship opportunities. The introduction of National Academic Depository for storing all students' educational certificates, all fee collection, and scholarship disbursement through cashless digital means are major changes initiated by the Government of India and implemented by the AICT. The different schemes of the AICT, we have the all type of the schemes which include the student development schemes, faculty development scheme, institutional development scheme, research promotion scheme, general schemes. In case of these student development scheme, we have the Lilavati Award. AICT intends to seek applications of AICT's Lilavati Award 2020 based on the theme Women Empowerment. We have the PG scholarship. We give the scholarship is awarded to full-time GATE or GPAT qualified students admitted to ME, MTech, MArch, and M.Pharma courses. We have ADF AICT Doctoral Fellowship admitting full-time meritorious research scholar by providing research fellowship who want to seek admission to PhD in AICT or to technical institutes. We have Pragati scholarship contingency is awarded to meritorious girls taking admission in AICT or technical institutions. We have Saksham scholarship is awarded to differently abled students.
Sir, excuse me, sir, your slide is not changing, sir. Rajendra, sir, please change the slide, sir.
I'm giving the description on that. The slide is like saying, these are the schemes of the AICT, which I read. Schemes for preparing SC/ST students for higher education.
If you're not intending to give the slide presentation, please remove the slider.
Schemes for preparing SC/ST students for higher education. Schemes for SC/ST students for setting startups. Support to students for participating in competition abroad. Prime Minister's Special Scholarship Scheme. It is a very famous PM SSS scheme. The objective of this scheme is to build up capabilities. Sorry, are you hearing me? I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible, sir. You are audible. Please carry
Yeah,
on.
yeah. This is the scheme I am describing, and I will give all details on your mail, or I will present a website giving the website address. You can avail all these facilities through mail. So it is users friendly, and I will give the description of these schemes. This title is like that, scheme of AICT, right? So we also have the ANA travel grant scheme. We give the travel grant to the engineering student to present papers abroad, and has been launched for enhancing the quality of engineering education in the country. Then the Smart India Hackathon 2019, the unique initiative to identify new and disruptive digital solution for solving the challenges faced by our country under the program of Smart India Hackathon. This year, we have started the Toy-thon, where we promote the toy makers to small scale business. We have the MTech project internship with small and medium enterprises. So these are the schemes for the students. We have the, apart from this, we have the schemes for the faculties. The faculty schemes are general guideline for the all FDC scheme, faculty development schemes. AICT National Initiative for Technical Teachers Training, it is NITTT. AICT Vishweshwara Best Teacher Award. This year we have started this Best Teacher Award, which is given on the 5th September to the students. Previously it was not, but now AICT started this award for the teachers who works in the research and innovation. AICT Quality Improvement Program. This is the golden jubilee year of the QIP. The main objective of this program is to upgrade and qualification of the faculty members of the degree level institutions in the country. And scholarship is about 15,000 per month. AICT Research Promotion Schemes, it is a famous scheme RPS. This scheme promotes research in identified trust areas of the technical education. We have quality improvement program with the collaboration with the foreign universities. Scheme provides scholarship to the student faculty who fulfill eligibility criteria and obtain admission in the doctoral degree programs leading to award of the PhD. We have the faculty development program. The scheme is intended to institutions for induction training to teachers employed in AICT approved technical institutions to facilitate upgradation of knowledge and skill. Then we have the short-term training programs. We have training programs for physical education trainers, sports games teachers, directors of sports. We have technical university joint training program for teachers, technical university joint programs for librarians, professional development schemes. Then many schemes are there which will be help the teachers to promote, upgrade their knowledge. We have the scheme emeritus professor for the emeritus professors fellowship intent to utilize the expertise of highly qualified and experienced superannuated engineers who have made undoubtable, unchallengeable, unparalleled, and exceptional contribution to the society in their respective field. Apart from that, we have the schemes for the institutions, which includes now this idea lab. This is new concept of the AICT, which AICT has decided to establish AICT idea development, evaluation and application lab in AICT approved institutions, encouraging students for applications of science, technologies, engineering and mathematics fundamental towards enhanced hand-on experience. Another scheme for the institute is a scheme for promoting interest, creativity and ethics among students. Spices, as sir is rightly said, that spices added the food become the tasty. So this is our scheme, spices, to energize the position students club, chapter, societies as facilitating entity for pursuit of individual interest, creative work, showcasing talents, networking and teamwork opportunities, social experience, organization and management skill exposure. So it shows the overall growth of the students. Grant for organizing conferences. We also give the grants for organizing these conferences. Then modernization and removal of obsolescence, modern scheme is famous. The scheme equipped technical institutions with infrastructure facility, laboratories, workshop, and computing facilities to enhance teaching, training, and research capabilities. We have the Shodh Sindhu for the subscription to e-journals. We have scheme for campus accommodation and facility, enhancing social experience. That is the cafes. Special scheme for northeastern states. I especially tell you that this scheme is mostly for the eastern states to enhance the functional efficiency of the technical institution located in the far-flung areas of northeast area. AICT has launched a scheme for providing logistic support to the technical institutions of NER by extending financial assistance of construction of rainwater harvesting system, alternative power system, and availability connection of internet facility. We have the Margadarshan initiative, Margdarshaks, senior academicians to act as an individual mentor for guiding beneficiary institutes to achieve the NBA accreditations and enhance the quality of technical education. We have the Margadarshan Institute also, a well-established AICT approved institution referred to as Margadarshan Institute or Mentor Institute in supported with an objective to mentor up the 10 nearby institutes in achieving the NBA accreditations. So these are all about these the institutional development schemes. We have the research and innovation schemes, which includes the entrepreneurship development cell, EDC. These schemes motivate the students to opt for entrepreneurship and self-employment as attractive and viable career options. The limit of funding is about 10 lakhs. Collaborative research scheme under TechWIP to provide research grant for young TechWIP faculties recruited in different TechWIP institutes so as to collaborate for research and build research community among TechWIP faculty, research faculty of project institutions. So these are the schemes which helps the institutions, faculty, students, institute for the development. And I hope that the schemes, all the universities will apply for these schemes, different schemes. Apart from this, the scheme for the universities, we have the collaboration scheme, collaboration and twinning program between the India and foreign university institution in the field of technical education, research and training. The objective of this twinning program is to facilitate collaboration and twinning program between Indian and foreign universities, institutions in the field of technical education, research and training to safeguard the interests of the student community in India and ensure uniform maintenance of norms and standards prescribed by various statutory bodies. To ensure accountability for all such educational activities by foreign university institutions in India. What is the requirement of this? It is foreign universities institution interested in imparting technical education in collaboration or through a training program in India leads to award of diploma, post-diploma certificate, undergraduate degree, postgraduate diploma, postgraduate degree. So the requirement of the institute is there should not be any deficiencies, zero deficiencies there. It is NBA accredited. No foreign university institution shall establish, operate its education activity in India, leading to the award of the diploma. And these all degree or these undergraduate degree, postgraduate diploma, postgraduate degree without specific approval of the council. Accreditation by the authorized agency in the parent country shall be the prerequisite condition for any foreign university or institution to start its operation for imparting technical education in India. So we have the collaborations and training programs. If you want details, I will give the all details of what is the requirement or what is the procedure for that. Then our grant of approval through online applications for the university. So the central university, state university, institutions deemed to be university, private university, all categories of universities shall maintain standard higher than the minimum infrastructure, faculty, and other norms specified in the approval process handbooks. Institutions deemed to be universities offering technical courses program shall not admit students without prior approval of the councils. We have the approval for the to grant of approval for the standalone institution deemed to be universities through online application for open and distance learning education. All India Council for Technical Education guidelines for standalone institutions 2019 shall apply to standalone institutions for all courses of learning at the diploma, post-diploma certificate, postgraduate diploma level in management, computer application, and travel and tourism. Only these courses are in open and distance learning education. The council shall not allow open and distance learning courses in engineering and technology, pharmacy, architecture, and planning, hotel management and catering technology, applied arts and crafts, and design management. So further, the institution shall submit an undertaking to the effect that it will attain a National Assessment and Accreditation Council NAAC score of 3.26 on a 4-point scale or NBA accreditation with at least 700 points on the scale of 1000 or equivalent before the end of the academic session July 20 to June 21, which has completed 5 years existence, failing which the council shall not accord approval to the open and distance learning courses of the. So university can apply for the various programs, various schemes. So if you want the details, I will share the guideline which is given in the approval process handbook 2021, and we are coming with the new handbook of this year. This is about these 21-22. Apart from this, AICT also developed the software which is used to convert English language into any of the regional languages. We have this software now, so that the aim of this NEP to give the education to all in the mother tongue language. It makes easy to the student teacher to learn the subject in their regional languages and will be available in August 21-22. This helps to the students came from the villages and studies the 10+2 in mother tongue to promote them. Our Honorable Prime Minister declared to include technical medical education in our mother tongue. This boosts our youth from villages to a higher achievement. MOU, Ministry of Education forms IKS, Indian Knowledge System in AICT to promote Indian knowledge. India will be the Vishwa Guru, as Sir told us that we will become the Vishwa Guru. And I hope that Shekharji telling the right things, that we will become the Vishwa Guru, because the development in the pharmaceutical sector, medicinal sector, engineering sector, we will on the verge to become the Vishwa Guru. And I hope in coming years we will become the Vishwa Guru. Apart from that, in case before stopping my deliberations, I say Swami Vivekananda said, education is the manifestation of the perfection already in man. In keeping with this objective, apart from the regulatory role, AICT shall continue to strive to be a true mentor, facilitator, and enabler in bringing out the best in each institution. We hope all the stakeholders of technical education shall also put in their best and make the India proud. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. So I have given just a small or just information about the AICT and schemes. If the details you want, I have given the website, or you go through the AICT website, everything is there, and the website is very users friendly. And if any problems, I'm always there for your queries. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kagde. Now, with the permission of the session chair, I would like to call our next speaker. Sir, can I? So the next speaker of this session is Dr. M.S. Shyamasundar. Dr. Shyamasundar is the Senior Advisor in National Assessment and Accreditation Council, that is NAAC. As one of the first team of officers of NAAC, he has been a part of its developmental activities for more than 2 decades. He was a recipient of Ford Foundation Fellowship for doctoral research. Now, I would like to call Dr. Shama Sundar for his presentation.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, on behalf of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, on behalf of our beloved director, Professor S.C. Sharma, on behalf of all the members of the NAC family, and my personal behalf, I would like to welcome all the dignitaries for this very important Eastern Region Vice Chancellors meet. Really, it's my great privilege to participate in this type of meet. At the outset, I really very much thankful to the Secretary General, Dr. Mittal, because personally I spoke to her and she asked me to speak on this particular platform. It's really, I'm very much privileged to speak on this particular occasion. I think I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and my slide is also visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Very good. Okay, then. Straight away, I think I can, without wasting much time, straight away I can go to the presentation. Today, I'm going to speak on emerging trends in quality assurance in higher education.
Sir,
number one.
Sir, hello.
Hello?
Sorry to interfere, sir. Please go for the slideshow, sir.
Show.
Yeah.
I have to press F5, no?
Yeah.
F5.
F5. Alt F5 or just F5?
No, just F5.
It's not going.
Or you can press that small button on the bottom right.
Sir, there is a tray. You can click on that tray, sir.
Oh, yeah. I'll do.
Just to the left of the,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah. Maybe in this particular talk, I'm planning to speak on emerging trends in quality assurance in higher education. That might be the first part. And also our chairperson, Professor Thiruvasagam, raised two important issues. Maybe I'm trying to answer his issues also. That might be the part 2. Maybe coming to the first part of my talk, that is emerging trends in quality assurance in higher education. All of us know that digital transformation is very imperative, especially in the Indian higher education system. That's why digital transformation in higher education systems or higher education institutions is very relevant for 2 important reasons. Because especially during COVID-19, this is not higher education institution specific problem. This is throughout the world. I think all of us are facing this particular problem. Because of digital transformation, all higher education institutions in the country were able to go for online learning. Had we not gone for this type of online learning, definitely all of us stakeholders would have become totally victims. Maybe I think that is not the best solution in my personal opinion, but at present juncture, that is the best solution, because none of us can have a very many better alternatives apart from online education. And also, especially in the light of National Education Policy 2020, digital transformation is very much imperative, because without a digital transformation, we may not be able to implement this National Education Policy at all. That's why this is very important. See, maybe even in the NAC, we had not gone for webinars hitherto. Maybe after lockdown or during lockdown, we got some exposure about webinars. And especially in the last 10 months, we were able to conduct more than 500 plus webinars. That is very important milestone in the history of NAC. Now we have realized the benefits of this type of webinar platforms. And here, see, even if a particular person wants to go to any university, definitely he has to spend one day for traveling, for going, and another day for coming, and one day for the technical session day. Totally 3 to 4 days we would be investing. But in the absence of this travel, see, just maybe if I had to spend another 20 minutes or 25 minutes or maximum half an hour, then afterwards I can focus on my routine work in my office. That is the beauty. In that way, it is totally cost effective, time efficient. That is the beauty of this digital transformation. You know, there is revolutionary structural changes in the education system. Even online learning landscape also has been terrifically improved in the Indian higher education system. Actually, at the individual level, even at the institutional level, we didn't have this type of ICT infrastructural facilities. Even to the students also, many students didn't have these smart telephones. They might have borrowed from their parents. Now, even in Karnataka, very many people have taken very many initiatives, and many people came forward to donate laptops or tabs to different children. That is also one of the initiatives. Now we are constrained to develop this type of ICT infrastructure in the whole country. To some extent, now at the institutional level and at the individual level, definitely this online learning landscape has been improved significantly. I'm not telling that it is totally ideal, still a lot of scope is there, but at the present juncture, this is the best. And this national education policy built on the foundational pillars of access, equity, quality, and affordability. See, these are just like four pillars. If you remove any of the pillars, definitely the building of higher education system would get collapsed. See, sometimes access might be there, quality also might be there. If you do not have affordability, the meaning of higher education will be lost. Or maybe affordability might be there, access also might be there, and if there is no quality, then again the system will suffer. In that way, all four are very important. Anyway, today's theme is also based on these pillars. And at the same time, the beauty of this national education policy is that it is giving the biggest gift to most of the stakeholders, especially including students and higher education institutions. And here the accountability is the biggest gift, or maybe responsibility given to the higher education institutions. Earlier, we didn't have so much responsibility. I'm not telling that we didn't have any responsibility. Now, degree and magnitude of this accountability and responsibility has gone up in the present juncture. And now this NEP is totally based on the student-centric way. That is, this is in my opinion, this is a student-centric policy. Anyway, let us see more details about NEP also. Maybe I'll spend another 2-3 minutes for NEP. Then thereafter, I'll come to some of the issues and some of the challenges of quality assurance also. See, this in national education policy, there is a terrific transformation from rigid, complicated, and fragmented approach of higher education system to holistic, flexible, and multidisciplinary approach of higher education system with multiple entry and exit options. I think that is the beauty of national education policy. Because all these years, when students were doing different degrees, by any chance, if they wanted to drop out on the first year or second year, they were not getting any documentation, any certificate. But in the present national education policy is concerned, even if if students complete first year of their degrees, definitely they would get some diploma certificate, or if they complete 2 years, they'll get advanced diploma, and when they complete all the 3 years, they'll get degree certificate. And now many of the degrees also we are planning to transform from 3 years degrees to 4 years degree programs. In that way, when the students complete all 4 years of their degrees, they will get research degrees also. This is an added advantage. And the innovative practice in national education policy is this ABC, that is Academic Bank of Credit. This is just like our SB account. The only difference between this Academic Bank of Credit and the regular SB account in any of the banks would be, maybe in the SB account, we can both withdraw and deposit. But in the Academic Bank of Credit, students can only deposit, they cannot withdraw the credits. That's why wherever they do the credits, that can be deposited in Academic Bank of Credit. That means for every student, there would be a particular Academic Bank of Credit account. that is the beauty of this national education policy. That's why a complete overhaul is necessary to re-energize this higher education system. And at present, an overarching autonomous umbrella institution is going to be established, that is Higher Education Commission of India. And under the umbrella of this HECI, 4 independent verticals would be established, maybe one for regulation, second one for accreditation, third one would be for funding, and the last vertical would be academic standards setting. And here the first one, that for regulation, according to national education policy, this should be light but tight. But in my personal opinion, it should be straight also. That is light, tight, and straight also. And coming to the accreditation, there would be meta accrediting body, but under the umbrella of meta accrediting body, there would be multiple accreditation agencies. But only challenge would be whether all multiple accreditation agencies would be following the same instrument or similar instruments across the country, and different bodies would be handling institutional accreditation, and altogether another set of multiple accreditation agencies would be handling program accreditation. In this way, these are some of the issues. Maybe in couple of months, because now government of India is planning to implement this national education policy as early as possible. Maybe in the document, in the blueprint, those things would be clear. And coming to funding, anyway, Higher Education Grants Council would be there. Then for academic standard setting, GEC is going to be established, and all our regulator bodies like ICAR, Veterinary Council of India, the NCTE, and Council of Architecture, they are going to become professional standard setting bodies. And I was telling that the accountability is the best gift to all the higher education institutions and students. Now I would like to elaborate maybe in a minute. Now, all the institutions would be asked to develop institutional development plans. Here in this during the process of preparation of IDPs, institutional development plans, institutions should conceive their initiatives, and they have to evaluate these ideas, these developmental plans, and based on their evaluation, even public funding also would be given. To that extent, they are more accountable, more responsible. That is the beauty of this national education policy. And also students are just like kings, because they can go for multiple entry and multiple exit options. That's why this NEP has got totally a distinct feature in the days to come. And right now, we are planning to introduce Merus. Meru is not a taxi. There is multiple entry, multiple education and research universities. And here NAP recognizes the contributions of ancient multidisciplinary universities like Takshashila, Nalanda, Vallabhi, and Vikramashila. And today, even our honorable chief guest also was pointing about this particular aspect of multidisciplinary universities. Even our honorable president of AIU, he also made a significant point on this multidisciplinary universities. Anyway, NEP also has taken cue from this ancient multidisciplinary universities, because right now we have different categories of universities. Say, even we have monofaculty universities, state universities, central universities, deemed universities, and deemed universities also sponsored by government, sponsored by private agencies, and state private universities. In this way, there are so many nomenclatures that leads to a lot of confusion among the stakeholders. Maybe a couple of months ago, I got a query from one of the foreign students, because that particular student was studying in a deemed university. Then he asked me a very pertinent question to me. Sir, I am studying in a deemed university. Then in that case, whatever the degree that is going to be awarded, that also should be treated as a degree that is deemed to be awarded. That's a very specific question. That's why, to eliminate all these confusions, maybe we are going to come out with a specific nomenclature, just university. That's why we in future, maybe under NAP, all these nomenclatures would be integrated into just university. In that way, that will take out this type of confusions. And hereafter, there will be only 3 categories of higher education institutions. One is research intensive universities. Number 2 will be teaching universities. Number 3 will be autonomous colleges. because even today morning, our Honorable Secretary General also was telling about gross enrollment ratio, because right now gross enrollment ratio is just 26.3%. Maybe in another 10 years, it should be doubled, that is to the tune of 50%. Then how we can do that? For that, maybe autonomous colleges should be empowered for granting their degrees. That is, autonomous degree granting colleges would be coming up in the near future, maybe based on the gradation. Maybe if autonomous colleges, if they get A plus grade or A double plus grade, then they may be allowed to grant degrees. In that way, the gross enrollment ratio can be increased. This might be one of the ways. There would be many other ways also. Then coming to the NAAC's digital innovative initiatives. See, in the earlier methodology, we were asking all the higher education institutions to submit their self-study report in the physical form. Even the higher education institutions which are located in Jammu Kashmir, they were coming to Bangalore headquarters in the NAAC headquarters in Bangalore, and they were submitting their self-study report. Now, gone are those days. Now we are done away with that physical submission. Now NAAC has taken very many digital innovative initiatives. Now, if for example, if a particular higher education institution wants to come forward for the process of assessment and accreditation, first of all, they should go to NAAC website. Even our website is also very user-friendly, and they have to go for registration. The moment they click on apply online from in our website, then they will get a login ID and password. And these are very important credentials. They should store this one maybe for a very significant period, because for anything, everything, whatever they want to contact, whatever may be the purpose, if they want to come in touch with NAAC, these login IDs, credentials are very, very important. And once the registration is over, even next step will be IIQA. This is just like an intent of the institution, that is institutional information for quality assessment. Again, this is also online. There is no physical submission at all. And here also they have, because ICT people should be very much vibrant in the every institution. We expect all the higher education institutions to submit this IIQ also online. But the only thing is there would be timelines of 45 days for the submission of self-study report after the submission of IIQA. That's why institutions should be very much careful, and they should. That's why my suggestion to all the higher education institutions, and today I think there are very many vice chancellors in this particular meeting. I request all the vice chancellors to tell their people concerned in the IQACs of their universities to prepare the self-study report first, maybe draft self-study report. Once the draft self-study report is ready, and it should be a penultimate report, then only they should submit IIQA. Otherwise, within 45 days, and if it is very difficult to submit self-study report, and if they are starting from the scratch, they may not be able to prepare the final self-study report that should be submitted to NAAC, because especially documentation in our country is very, very poor. Even if you go to the highly rated, highly accredited higher education institutions, documentation is not so great. Maybe I think because of NAAC, now a lot of awareness is there. And also in NAAC, since everything is online, and also the major evaluation is totally based on with documentation. That's why we have divided this self-study report in two parts, that is quantitative metrics and qualitative metrics. This quantitative metrics is totally based on your data and the documentation. That's why I'm alerting all higher education institutions to prepare your documents thoroughly. And maybe you have to go through twice, thrice, 4 times. Then only this will be more meaningful for the submission. And QLM, that is only qualitative metrics. For that, we would be deputing a particular team consisting of very senior academicians like you, because after all, what is NAAC? NAAC is also a group of people like you people only, because senior academicians are involved, maybe vice chancellors, principals, directors, deans, like this senior academicians are involved in the NAAC's process, and they would be coming to evaluate this qualitative metrics. And at the same time, in NAAC, whatever the documents we receive, we don't validate and verify at our level, because we want to be totally unbiased and totally transparent in our approach. That's why we have identified a third-party validators, and those validators would be called DVV partners, that is data validation and verification partners, and they would be validating this quantitative metrics. And again, I'm cautioning all the higher education institutions, there would be a timeline for the submission of these quantitative metrics also. Because the moment you submit the search report, DVV partners would be validating, and if they get any specific doubt or if they need any clarification, they would be asking you to submit justifiable documentary evidences, and you would be given only 15 days time. Because if all documents are ready, I don't think you need 15 days time. Even in a day or two also you can submit it. But only thing is, if you are not ready, if your documentation is not pakka, then only you will be facing a lot of challenges. That's why this you should be, all institutions should be very careful. And because if you don't submit within 15 days, on 15th day night at midnight at 12 p.m., automatically it would get submitted. That means if you have not submitted particular information for a particular matrix, then for that particular matrix your institution is going to get zero. That's why I'm requesting all the vice chancellors to create awareness among your stakeholders also. Then another digital innovative initiative we have taken is SSS, that is Student Satisfaction Survey. This is a totally a unique practice, Student Satisfaction Survey. And I think this is first of its kind in a whole world. I think in no other country they have started, no other accreditation agency in any part of the world, they were not able to start this student satisfaction survey. The beauty of the student satisfaction survey is NAC is conducting this online student satisfaction survey for every higher education institution which comes forward for the process of assessment and accreditation. Maybe in other countries they might be doing randomly, not for every institution, but here NAC is doing for every institution which is going to come for the process of accreditation. And outcome of accreditation also that would be given online, because especially in the NAC portal, everything is available, including accreditation outcome also. Then higher education institutions had many apprehensions about digital approach of NAC in the beginning, because see, in our country, the ICT penetration or maybe our Wi-Fi penetration might be around 40% in the entire country, because it's not so great. But that's why they had their own apprehensions, especially the people who are from hilly region or some deprived areas, especially from Jammu Kashmir or northeastern states, because some of the institutions might be on the hilly area. They may not forget about the Wi-Fi facilities. Even power also might be a luxury. Then slowly they have evolved their own strategies. Maybe they might have purchased couple of smartphones and couple of laptops in those institutions. Then they started sending their SSR, IIQA, DVV, all these things. In that way, for every problem, if there are challenges, then only we will come out with solutions. Because if everything is very good and no challenges, then we will also slave. That's why now in many institutions, this ICT culture also has been percolated among very many stakeholders. Then another good information also I would like to tell you, because in most of the American universities, most of the degrees are for a period of 4 years. In the Indian universities, most of the degree programs are for a period of 3 years. When our students wanted to go for master's degree in America, they were asked to do one year bridge program. And you know, in America, it's very, very expensive. For example, if our students want to do MS degree in computer science, maybe in University of California, Southern University of California, or any other good universities, it will be somewhere around 40 to 50 lakhs. That is a very, and also time consuming. That's why now they have given one concession. If any of the institutions get A grade and above, those students would be exempted from doing this 1 year extra that bridge program. Straight away, even from 3 years degree program also, A grade and above higher education institutions. This is the beauty of this one. Then coming to the best practices. In the best practice, because I think everybody wanted to know best practice. I think anyway, this is the last slide. Maybe I may take another 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah. Best, in my opinion, best practices are not so great, because you should not treat this as a major challenge. I will give you a very simplest definition. Best practices are those practices which can help your institution very significantly. those practices can be called best practices, or even alternatively, you can call good practices, innovative practices, or niche practices, whatever you want to call, you can call, no problem. Just I would like to give one or two examples. Maybe say organizing festivals, maybe inter-religious festivals, maybe they are organizing Deepavali or Makara Sankranti festival or Christmas, Guru Nanak Jayanti or Eid Milad, Bakri. In that way, inter-religious festivals also can be celebrated in some of, because I had seen some of the universities where they celebrate, instead of giving just holiday, they were celebrating at the institution level itself. In that way, all students, all stakers would be coming to know about the advantages and how to celebrate this type of festivals. That itself is an added advantage, and also overall personality development would be improved. Or if you are keeping all your institutions pick and span, that itself is a good practice. And also see, there are two stages. One is institutionalization and internalization. Making the best practice an integral part of the institution is institutionalization, and making the best practices an integral part of the individual is that is very important. And also see how to implement, because today morning even our honorable secretary general was telling about the implementation of national education policy. And this is very, very important. It is not so easy to implement overnight. NEP cannot be implemented. It requires a pakka blueprint. That's why the first step would be capacity building of our academic leaders like vice chancellors, principals, I mean heads of the institutions, heads of all higher education institutions. Capacity building of academic leaders is the first step for digital transformation, because we should go for this the capacity building. Because once if we go for capacity building of our academic leaders, and once if we convince them, and in turn, because definitely you can rein in all your stakeholders, and you can create proper awareness about this digital transformation, advantages of digital transformation in your own institution. And today morning our chief guest was also telling about Vishwaguru, because during the Nalanda Takshashila regime, India was treated as Vishwaguru. And now also again we can restore. How NEP may facilitate India to restore its role as a Vishwaguru by promoting India as a global study destination, providing premium education at affordable cost. That means if you attract different overseas students and teachers to India, it has got multiple advantages. Maybe we can inculcate some of the best practices which have been followed in different countries. And also our students also would be observing, and we can exchange our best practices with other students, I mean overseas students. At that point of time, there would be a symbiotic relationship between our students and international students. At that time, mutually, all of us would be benefit. That is internationalization. That is the benefit of internationalization. And at the same time, under NEP, they are planning to invite very many foreign universities to establish their offshore campuses. And when that comes, definitely again, we will get more advantages also. And for building self-reliant India, overall of Indian higher education system is very much inevitable. Because here, if you want to go for, because our honorable Prime Minister also he was giving a lot of emphasis on self-reliant India, then how it can be done, especially if we implement this national education policy in the right spirit, and if we implement this national education policy as early as possible, of course, with the support of all academic leaders like you, then only we can make self-reliant India. Otherwise, it is not so easy to make self-reliant India, because education is one of the foundation pillars for the development of, development of economy of our country. That's why education has got a pivotal role to play. And also now I think I may spend another 2 minutes to handle two questions or two issues raised by our chairperson, that is introduction of employment oriented courses in the NACS methodology. Actually it's embedded, it's already given, because especially we also want to give emphasis on the introduction of innovative courses or skill oriented courses. And we actually, there is a specific metrics also under QNM, that is quantitative metrics. How many innovative courses have been, how many job oriented courses have been introduced by the university concerned. And for this, we give due weightage, and that institution, by chance, I think our chairperson was giving an example of fisheries in the maritime university or in any other university. If they come out with some of the innovative courses, definitely that university would get extra marks because there is a specific metrics exclusively for this. And he has asked another very pertinent, he has raised a very pertinent issue, that is, during the last 10 months, what NAC would be doing, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic situation. Sir, now my response would be, is not very much encouraging, but still I would try to answer your question. See, now this COVID-19 pandemic situation is a universal challenge. It is not pertaining to one university or one organization like NAC or AICT or UGC or MHRD. This is a universal problem. But I really appreciate your question, because especially during the last 10 months, many of the higher education institutions might be having very significant challenges. Admission was difficult, conducting examination was difficult, and even conducting online learning was also difficult. But now it has been streamlined to some extent. But especially during the last 10 months, there was are aware of this particular challenge. And also now we are also thinking about various options or solutions. See, even at the NAC level also, we also had a lot of challenges. See, for the last 10 months, we were not able to conduct any of the on-site visits, I mean peer team visits at all. Only in 2021, in January only, we have started our on-site visits and our peer team visits. In the NAC also had faced similar challenges, but I am of the opinion that for every problem, there would be a solution, but jointly we should find a solution. There may not be a solution at the individual level, but at the institution, there would be a solution. That's why we have planned to organize some roundtable vice chancellors conference, maybe at NAC level, either through digital platform or physical face-to-face meeting. At that point of time, we would be collecting some information, and based on that, we also may fine tune our methodology. You need not worry at all, because at right now, based on the last 5 years data, we are conducting our NAC peer team visits. In that way, there may not be any problem for the present higher education institutions which are taking these peer team visits. Maybe when they come for the next cycle of accreditation, at that point of time, definitely there would be a challenge, because for the whole year, almost 10 months or 1 year, they may not be able to give any data. We are also aware of this particular challenge, and definitely we are going to combat this particular challenge. You need not worry at all, sir. This is not again one university specific problem. This is a generic problem for all the higher education institutions in the country, and NAC is not above this particular challenge, but still I'm very much confident that we would overcome this particular challenge, sir. Now I heard that very many vice chancellors, honorable vice chancellors, are in this particular digital platform. I wish all the universities all the very best to reach the pinnacle on the plateau of higher education. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for your attention. If I had exceeded maybe 5 minutes extra, definitely kindly excuse me. Thank you very much. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Now, with the permission of the session chair, I would like to go for a discussion session. So this session is open for question and answer. So if anyone has any question, please raise your hand so we can convey that to our speaker.
I think all the participants might be very hungry.
Yes.
Maybe, if I may be allowed, Chairperson.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Chairperson, I may be allowed. So, I mean, there's no question, because we are asking questions on the virtual platform during this pandemic time, and all the questions have been answered in a way to the limitation of the speaker. I would say the limitation of the speaker, I'm talking about the advisor, I'm talking about the Secretary General, I'm talking about everybody. But this is an observation probably to think about this issue, and whenever there are different committees at the higher level in the government, or maybe at AIU or at the NAC level, we decide, because once the NEP has already divided the university into three categories: research university, teaching and research university, and teaching institutions only. The same way, and there are two other categories: old universities and new universities. There are another category called private university, and there's called public university. So there are different domains. So I mean, I've written this to the National Education Policy members earlier also, and I'm just trying to put up that viewpoint of mine, maybe right or wrong, that you can have written an article also there, that the NAC or any accreditation body should be also having segregated way of doing it, not in the comprehensive manner, because that somehow do not allow many universities to come forward and go quickly for the accreditation. Because, and that is same with the NIRF also. So this is, I don't want any answer for that. This is my observation and my personal experience as a Vice Chancellor from last 7 years. Second point is, once Professor Tej Pratap has said very rightly that the people who are taking admission in agriculture, I belong to agricultural family. My father has done MSc and BSc agriculture, and he probably decided to go, and that too from. So I can say this much, that one more important point is that we should be having some universities in India where only people from agriculture background may be allowed to take admission with a noting and guarantee that they will go back to agriculture. Not only agriculture, but there are many fields: small business, street vendors, and many people, because that assimilation is not happening. And that what we are discussing today is about different kind of equity, and there's a parity that can never happen unless and until we have a different labels. So once we have further levels of the universities and further levels of the institutions, and we already have agriculture universities and village universities and skill universities. So I think unless and until the top bodies, I mean, I'm talking about NAC, UGC, AIU, they have some kind of motivation for such universities to come forward and showcase that they may not be having best of the professors, but they may not be having best of the innovators. They may not be having best of the researchers, but they may be having best of the motivators and teachers. So based upon that, criteria should be enhanced so that these universities, those institutions should come forward and really make some difference in the education scenario or landscape of this country. Because in the name of research and innovation and teaching, we are making a mix of it and a khichdi of it. And probably we have not been able to decide what we want to do in education in this country as of now. This is my feeling, not negative, but I'm just giving a few thoughts. We are doing very well. I'm associated with AICT from last 20 years. It's an excellent journey. UGC, AIU, everybody is so progressive. We all are doing so well, but there are a few things to think about. No answers required. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Singh. So I would request our
Just one thing. Just
yes,
I want to say something. Hello, can you hearing me?
Yes, Professor Kak.
Just I want to clarify our chairman's query. I already told that time because of constraints. So I just want to say that, as my chairman says, that the common issues of education for innovation. So AICT having the lots of scheme for the innovation, and apart from that, we have also this year started the one Kapila program for innovation change of this Kapila program for IP literacy and awareness. So because we are in the innovations and to protect our intellectual property, we started the Kalam program for IP literacy and awareness. This is the Kapila to overcome the current limitations in our innovation ecosystems, especially in the higher education institutions. A systematic holistic effort Kapila Kalam program for IP literacy and awareness is proposed, which will create appropriate awareness regarding the need of IP filing, mechanism and methodology involved in filing IP in India and globally, especially among this student and faculty of. So we promote this and we call for the patents from the to bridge the gap of this research publication and the conversion of this into the technology conversion of these your innovations. And another things, what is saying about this, the nomenclature. Sir, I will tell you that we have the hundreds of nomenclature in the management. So we rationalize them, we reduce them to the generic one. So if some universities having only one nomenclature and no one can use this nomenclature throughout the India, that times we generalize this, rationalize this and give the generic one. So we will keep this as an MBA, and whatever the your nomenclature you keep into your bracket like that. So this year we are coming with this one also. So you don't care about that. So we'll make provisions in the upcoming IPH. So I assure this. And about this pandemic situation, as Shyam Sundar sir also tell about this, we are in the pandemic situation and we are not able to carry out all these inspections. But I am really proud that we carry out about 600 EVCs, Expert Visit Committee, online. So we are not stopping. We were continuously working. We organize about 900 ATAL AICT training and learning programs. We organize 500 conferences, FDP, STPs, and lots of things. So it is a benefit to the students, stakeholders, all the stakeholders. So we keep doing each and everything for the students and all the stakeholders. So this is my answers to our Honorable Chairman of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kagde. So I would request our participant if anyone has any question.
Just I have one question, may I?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this question is for Professor Kakre and also for others. See, actually, I am from a private university. So one problem that we face is while approaching some funding agencies for sponsored projects, sometimes there is some kind of discrimination that we have observed. Very recently, I was part of an expert committee for evaluating projects which are under MITI. There, the chairman categorically told that, well, it is better if we submit the project jointly with another institutions which is under Government of India or something like that. So this is just an humble appeal. If this constraint can be relaxed, so then institutes like us can grow much faster.
Hello. I think Professor Bhavesh
Goswami. Yeah, I'm Professor Goswami from Chancellor Cotton University, Guwahati. Actually, what I just wanted to raise the little bit attention of Dr. Mittal. Actually, what happened this time in the SWAYAM courses, as long as about 650 students from this university enrolled there, and many of them were NPTEL, and those exams were held very nicely, and about 350 plus students attended, even appeared the exam. But the other non-NPTEL exams, I think they are not held in time, and that is little bit, I think maybe we have to make little bit things little bit more simpler, so that in future, because this also we are trying that, and already that list came hardly few days back. Today is the last date. So with that little bit, I mean, very strict date and things like that, it becomes a little bit difficult. And especially for NPTEL courses, maybe in that context, you can discuss with the concerned people so that the university will be much benefited with that, and things are a little bit more simpler.
May I comment?
Professor Bhavesh, actually, right now I am not representing UGC, I am representing AIU, but still I would like to answer the question. See, NPTEL is existing for a long time, and they are quite stabilized in the system of holding examinations and giving the marks. So SWAYAM is coming up. SWAYAM has held 2-3 examinations so far. So at times there is a slight delay, but slowly SWAYAM is trying to come up to the schedule, and the examinations will be held on schedule, and the credit transfer of the students will be there. I mean, I don't know whether your university has adopted for the credit transfer or not.
Yeah, we have adopted.
So if you have adopted, then the examinations will be held and the marks will be given by the SWAYAM to the university, and the university has to transfer the credits and the grades in the account of the student. So that will be done. And also Dr. Shyam Sundar was talking about the Academic Bank of Credit. So just in 2 minutes, I want to mention what is Academic Bank of Credit, because I was in the UGC when we initiated that concept. and we are also making the regulations for that. So in ABC, like you deposit money in the general, I mean commercial banks, here you deposit the credits. So for depositing the credits, the students have to do various courses. So what the universities mainly have to do is that right now they have a full program admission, like the admission is given in BA, BSc, MA, MSc type things. But then if you want the students to get credits for individual papers, means if BA it has say 30 papers, so admission will also be required to be given for individual papers, which we now call as courses. And if those courses, in that case, if a student can do say 10 papers from one university, 5 from another university, 3 from another university, so individual courses when it does from multiple universities, all those credits are accumulated in the credit bank, in the account of the student, because student has to open an account there, and then those credits can be redeemed also. Suppose for say graduation you need something like 120 credits, so those 120 credits, if the student has already got say something like 150 credits, he can go and redeem those 120 credits in exchange for a degree. So the account will be debited by 120 credits, he'll get a degree, and he will be still left with 30 credits. So this is something which is very, very innovative, which has come up in this new education policy. But for this, the government has to establish the ABC, but then the universities have to amend their ordinances to ensure that they give admission to courses also, not only in the programs. So you have to keep some supernumerary seats in every course, in addition to the programs you are running, for these type of students who are wanting to come through the ABC route. So that will be very much required.
I think our students are very much benefited with that, and a lot of students have done the courses, and I think already we have passed in our academic council also, we credit those things. Okay, I think Professor Sengupta, I wanted to say
one point. Just regarding Professor Goswami started with the NPTEL SWAYAM courses. Like in our university, I am happy to say that, well, I am offering 6 such courses under NPTEL SWAYAM. And one of my faculty colleagues out here, she is also offering 2 courses. So means we are also content providers.
That is good.
And the reason that examinations are held relatively punctually is because professors from IITs and other leading institutions, they are in charge of conduction of all those courses. Only the NPTEL office is just the facilitator kind of a thing. They only conduct examinations. That's all. Thank you.
And I think because there are some non-NPTEL courses, they are not little bit delayed. That's what I was raising the point. NPTEL are very fine. They are doing very nicely. Non-NPTEL courses, I think they are taking a little bit time. Anyway, I think that's good. Good effort initially, at least for the first year of pandemic.
Okay. So we also got the very much suggestions from the stakeholder from all over the India, and we are working on that, and we'll keep changing ourselves as per the need of our. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks.
Shall we invite a few more Vice Chancellors? Please come forward. It is almost nearing 1:30. I invite a few more Vice Chancellors. Please put your questions. If it is not there, yeah. See, I am extremely thankful to both the speakers of Dr. M.S. Shyamsundar and Rajendra Hegde. They have given a detailed picture about their organization, our organizations of NAC and AICTE, and what kind of trend is going on at present to accommodate the new education policy as well. Moreover, both of them, they have given clarification for the issues what I have raised. Thank you very much, sir. Now, as a concluding remark, I'm happy Dr. M.S. Shyamsundar told that now we have to, it's a time for complete overhaul this system, higher education system, as per the provisions of the new education policy. And we are very fortunate to have Mr. Shyamsundar as an advisor in NAC, and he further told that there is going to be a conference or discussion meeting with the Vice Chancellor, preferably virtually. It is good, because when some new things are coming in the name of policy, or in the name of programs, which is being announced by the government, it's better to involve the stakeholders, mainly the administrative heads, that I mean the vice chancellors, to be involved. It is my understanding what our Mr. Shyam Sundar told. They have to go for reorganizing the format of NAC. I don't see the present format is not satisfied. It is fully satisfied. It fulfills the requirement of all the stakeholders, not only vice chancellors, parents, and people who expect quality. It satisfies everyone, even grading, ranking, which are being computed by NAC. It's very much appreciable and commendable as well. But even otherwise, when new things are coming in the name of national education policy, just like multidisciplinary programs, 4 years degree programs, and even the mother tongue regional languages also to be encouraged, and medium of instruction also can be done through mother tongue. Likewise, there are lot of new things. I don't think the present format of NAC cannot fit or cannot accommodate all these developments what we are emphasizing or expecting in near future as well. And I'm happy the NAC is very much interested to involve the stakeholders, mainly the university vice chancellors, to take part on it. That is, thank you very much, sir. In the meantime, see, as mentioned earlier as well, the Tamil Nadu, I belong to Tamil Nadu, I'm sorry, that's why I can give more examples. There are universities meant for, there is a university meant for music and dance. You cannot see anywhere in India. There is a university in Gujarat, which was promoted by our Honorable Prime Minister, Forensic University. That's a specific discipline. Likewise, there is a university for maritime also, a specific university, sector focusing university. All these type of universities cannot come under the format what NAT as it is. When they come, they will not be eligible to go for 1,000 marks, getting the 1,000 marks. There are a lot of disadvantages being faced by the sector-focusing universities, rather to say innovative universities. Okay, when it's the case, I'm happy. Already NAC has given separate category, separate format, exclusively for Sanskrit University, Education University, and Open University, and Medical University as well. If there is any agenda of thinking about the whatever universities as listed out, because of the uniqueness, any possibility of going for exclusive format for this university while you are coming for assessment? Please, sir, Mr. M.S. Shyam Sundar, sir.
Should I answer or is only?
Please, sir. I will appreciate if you.
Okay. Actually, it's a very relevant question, sir. But at the same time, even at NAC level also, we have very many challenges. Because in our country, we have a lot of diversity and complexity of higher education system. Right now, when compared to other quality assurance agencies, when compared to other countries, NAC was able to develop very many instruments. As you rightly said, one for Sanskrit universities, one for traditional universities, one for health science universities, even for distance education, we have developed another manual. Like that, we have developed very many instruments. But anyway, right now we are thinking of establishing another set of manuals. Maybe in my personal opinion, we may have to establish a separate manual for even engineering institutions or law institutions or maritime or any other specific institutions. But only thing is, during the process of establishing this type of instrument, it takes a significant time and resources, and also we need good experts also. Because maritime, if we involve some traditional experts, then it may not be very much meaningful. Maybe for the sake of establishing an instrument, we may do it. But if we get specific, and also it depends on the number. Finally, wherever you go, it's a number game. Because if we have more number of a particular category of institutions, if we establish a particular instrument, then it will be meaningful. For example, maritime, that might be a unique university. Then maybe for one university or two universities in the country, if we establish a manual, it takes large quantity of resources. Maybe on the other hand, maybe if we establish a manual for engineering higher education institutions, it might be more meaningful also, in my opinion. But at the same time, it is better to go for different categories of instruments to cater to the needs of diversity and complexity in our countries.
Yeah, that is great, sir. Thank you very much, sir. One more thing I raised, any possibility of going for a format, a new format, or revamping the format as against to the new education policy?
Sir, NAC is a very vibrant organization, very dynamic body. As you know, I think you also might have got involved in NAC's process. Every 5 years, we are fine-tuning our instruments. But during the last 2.5, 3 years, actually, we have fine-tuned very many times to accommodate very many challenges. We have already accommodated very many metrics, because even we have introduced opt-out metrics also for universities, because some of the universities, some of the metrics may not be suitable. That's why we have introduced the concept of opt-out metrics. But now we have integrated those opt-out metrics also in the manual, because we have dropped or integrated some of the metrics to accommodate very many universities. Maybe, in my opinion, nothing is ideal at a particular point of time. This instrument is there. Maybe in the days to come, because especially in the light of this COVID-19 pandemic, and also during the process of implementation of NEP, definitely NAC is going to fine tune our instrument. And also in NEP, multiple accreditation agencies are going to come. At that point of time, even the role of NAC also, I think role of NAC itself would be totally different. And depending upon those inputs from the roadmap of national education policy implementation, NAC would be taking the final calls. Because especially when they introduce multiple accreditation agencies, because right now NAC is focusing only on the institutional accreditation. Program accreditation has not been covered by NAC. Then in future, we don't know, because again, our higher authorities, whatever the task given to NAC, finally we have to execute. In that way, maybe in another 5-6 months time, definitely the shape of NAC also would be different, sir. And also definitely we would be fine tuning, sir. We are open to suggestions from all the senior academicians like you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for a satisfactory and positive reply as well. Thank you.
NAC is a very positive body, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, session chair. Thank you, all the speaker of the session. Now, I would like to call Dr. Ramadevi Pani for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. Good afternoon, everybody. Now we have come to the end of this session on interaction with Apex body. The session was chaired by Professor Thiruvasaga, and he is the Vice President of Association of Indian Universities. Sir, I should say that you have started this session in such a thought-provoking and interesting way that the whole session has become too interesting and very useful for all of us. And your concluding remarks were also too good. On behalf of AIU and JIS, I thank you for chairing this session. The speech of Professor Rajendra Kakade was very informative and interesting. I thank him on behalf of JIS and Association of Indian Universities and JIS. And I'm also thankful to him for responding to the queries of the Vice Chancellors. The presentation of Professor Shyam Sundar was too good and very informative. He has brought out many innovative points in his presentation. I am thankful to you, Dr. Shyam Sundar, on behalf of Association and JIS. I am thankful to all the Vice Chancellors who have raised the questions and made this session actually useful. We can cull out many recommendations from these sessions so that we can make the implementation of NEP very lucid in course of time. Thank you so much. Thank you all the organizers and everybody. And we look forward for further sessions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pani. So now we will break for lunch. We will again resume our meet with the technical session 1 at 2 o'clock. So we will resume our session at 2 p.m. So enjoy your meal. Bon appetit. Thank you.
And we are also sorry for not being able to provide the meal through virtual mode. Hopefully next year
we'll take our food virtually.
Well, as the host, I'm feeling miserable that I'm not able to do anything.
That's right, sir.
No issue, sir. No issue. Thank you.
See you at 2 o'clock.
See you. Welcome back to the 95th East Zone Vice Chancellors Conference 2021 of AIU. We will start our technical sessions shortly, but before starting technical session, please be informed about the structure of the session. So there will be an opening remarks by the chairperson for 5 minutes, and the time for each speaker is 10 minutes. And open house discussion and question answer for 40 minutes. And then there will be concluding remarks by the chair for 10 minutes. So we are starting our technical session, which is on promoting equity and inclusion in higher education challenges and solutions. Entry into quality higher education can open a vast array of possibilities that can lift both individuals as well as communities out of the cycles of disadvantages. For this reason, making quality higher education opportunities available to all individuals must be among the highest priorities. This policy envisions ensuring equability, access to quality education to all students, with a special emphasis on socio-economically disadvantaged groups. We will discuss this in our first session, which is obviously on promoting equity and inclusion in higher education. To chair this session, I would like to call Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi National Open University, the largest open university in the world. He was also Vice Chancellor of Uttarakhand Open University, Halwani. He has also officiated as Vice Chancellor and Pro-Vice Chancellor IGNOU, New Delhi. Professor Rao received his DPhil from University of Allahabad and ICWA from Institute of Cost and Management Accounts of India. He was conferred with Fellow at Commonwealth of Learning, Canada, in Scotland during September 2019. He was also conferred D.Litt Honorary by Andik Open University, Guwahati in 2019. Professor Rao, sir, please. I would request you to. Hello.
Professor Nageshwar Rao.
Professor Nageshwar Rao.
Start the session, please.
Okay. So please start the session. Thank you, sir.
Good noon to all of you. First of all, I thank AIU, especially Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, who has given me an opportunity to interact and to be present over here in this session. I was in the inaugural session listening to the Shekhar Dutt, Honorable ex-Governor Chhattisgarh, even the address of our President. It was a nice opening. As it has been rightly pointed out by the coordinator of the session, that there will be 3 speakers and each speaker will be given 10 minutes time, and that too on a topic which is of great importance to all of us. The concept note, it was clearly being drafted and it was sent to all of us also, focusing on the relevance of this topic with respect to the national education policy. There are 3 speakers, Professor Shashikala Vanjari, Vice Chancellor, Srimati Nathibai Damodar Thakre, Women's University, Mumbai, Professor Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, and Professor Rajan Velukar, Vice Chancellor, Aro University, Gujarat. So without wasting any time, because the title is very, very clear, the concept note, it talks about the issues as well as the action points also. and each speaker is supposed to speak for 10 minutes. Then I first request Professor Shashikala Vanjari, Vice Chancellor Srimati Nathibai Damodar Thackeray, Women's University, Mumbai, to share her thoughts with all of us.
Thank you, sir. Respected chairperson of this session, Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor of AIU, my fellow colleague, panelist, Professor Rajan Velurkar, Professor Sanjay Kumar Sharma, and executive members, respected Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, President of AIU, Tej Pratap sir, Vice Chancellor of JS University, all the esteemed delegates and friends. At the outset, I extend my warm and inclusive welcome to one and all. And at the same time, I would like to express my gratitude towards Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Madam, to invite me for this particular session, which is on promoting equity and inclusion in higher education, challenges and solution. Friends, already we have received the concept note reflecting all the proposed points which are to be highlighted in this particular session, and it is expected to speak about the challenges and solution. Now, first of all, I would focus the particular theme, equity and inclusion in higher education, and that is the main focus of the policy. Friends, I would like to read a few lines from the Wave of Indian Life written by Sister Nivedita, and what she speaks in that particular book regarding the women in the national life. Why I have considered these particular lines at the beginning, there is a particular objective while speaking on that particular theme. What she wrote in this particular book, we see that the Indian organization of life and society is coherent and necessary, and that its methods and ideals, having sprung directly from the soil, have a stability due to correspondence with their environment, which is inconceivable to persons who are themselves content to be favored members of most favored nation. When I have been introduced as the Vice Chancellor of Srimati Nathibai Damodar Thackeray Women's University, and when I go through the document NEP 20, and particularly when I focus equity and inclusion in higher education, under that particular sub-theme, there are few points which I would like to share with you, steps to be taken by government, and again it is based parallelly on the concept note. There is one third point is enhance gender balance in admission to higher education institutes, and the next is enhance access by establishing more high quality HEIs and inspirational district and special education zones containing larger number of SEDGs. When we all together think about this particular sub point, which is to be taken for our the next program, that is about implementation of NEP 20. What I found there, when we say that कि inclusion, equity and inclusion, समता और समावेशकता, और हम लोग हिंदी में यदि डॉक्यूमेंट पढ़ते हैं राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के बारे में, तो उसमें एक प्रीएम्बल में एक बड़ी अच्छी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज कही गई है, भारत को एक ज्ञान आधारित जीवंत समाज और ज्ञान की वैश्विक महाशक्ति में बदलना और प्रत्येक छात्र में निहित अद्वितीय क्षमताओं को सामने लाना है। ये यदि उद्देश्य हम सामने रखते हैं और हम समता और समावेशकता की बात करते हैं, तो हमारे सामने एक चित्र खड़ा होता है कि भारत को यदि हम लोग विश्व गुरु बनाना चाहते हैं, तो ये जेंडर डिस्पैरिटी और सोशियो इकोनॉमिकली डिसएडवांटेज ग्रुप के तरफ हमें बहुत ही ध्यान से देखना होगा। उदाहरण के तौर पर मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि हम लोग पाठ्यक्रम बनाने वाले हैं और उसमें हम लोग ये राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को इम्प्लीमेंट करने वाले हैं। तो पाठ्यक्रम से लेकर हमारे तो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बहुत ही कॉन्क्रीट है, मेजर ऑब्जेक्टिव्स है कि हमें डिसएडवांटेज ग्रुप को आगे लाना है और शिक्षा के प्रवाह में वी हैव टू इंक्लूड देम फ्रॉम ऑल पॉइंट्स ऑफ व्यू रिगार्डिंग प्रांतीय मतभेद होंगे, भाषा भेद होंगे, कल्चरल डिस्पैरिटी होंगी। ये सभी हम लोग यदि पैरामीटर्स लेते हैं तो शिक्षा में मूल रूप से हमको पाठ्यक्रम को बदलना है और पाठ्यक्रम को we want to bring changes in our curriculum. Basically, when being a teacher educator, what I would like to focus when we develop the curriculum, the first basic parameter to develop, to design the curriculum should be gender discrimination नहीं होना चाहिए और parity ये भी हमने consider करना आवश्यक है। Why should I consider particular content? It should be based on particular reference. आगे जाके मैं कहूंगी कि context भी होना चाहिए। हम लोग एक दुनिया के सामने जो चित्र लाते हैं वो चित्र बहुत ही अलग है। चित्र ऐसा है कि हमारे देश में बहुत सारी पीड़ित महिलाएं हैं। हमारे देश में ऐसी संस्कृति है कि जिसका उदय ही हुआ नहीं। ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं कि अभी भी हमारे यहाँ की महिलाएं, मैं महिलाओं के बारे में फोकस करना चाहती हूँ कि उनको कुछ आता ही नहीं। पर आज देखोगे आप तो माड़िया जैसा एक ट्राइबल ग्रुप वो भी इतना प्रगत है, अद्वितीय क्षमताएं हैं उनकी। और हम लोग जब देखते हैं एम्पावरमेंट और सब ये जो बातों पे हम लोग बहुत सारा उद्बोधन करते हैं, तो माड़िया ऐसी संस्कृति है जो विदर्भ में, नागपुर में, चंद्रपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के बाजू में है माड़िया ग्रुप। उसमें ध्यान में आता है कि ये महिलाएं बहुत ही सक्षम है, वो तो काफी एडवांस है, काफी मॉडर्न है, उनकी विचार क्षमता भी बहुत अलग है। मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय कि पाठ्यक्रम से लेकर हम आगे बढ़ने वाले हैं इक्विटी और इंक्लूजन को साथ में लेते हुए। तो हम लोग ये ऐसी चीजें भी हमारे पाठ्यक्रम में आगे लाएंगे। और एक बात इसी संदर्भ में कहना चाहूंगी कि जब हम लोग क्रिएटिविटी की बात कहते हैं और पॉलिसी में भी कहा है कि पॉलिसी लेज एम्फेसिस on the development of the creative potential of each individual. We have to consider the hidden creativity of or inherent potential of women. माड़िया संस्कृति में, माड़िया कल्चर में ऐसी चीज दिखाई जाती है जो इंक्लूजन के लिए बहुत ही यथोचित, बहुत ही उपयुक्त है। वो they have inculcate the value particularly of togetherness. ऐसे बहुत सारे हमारे यहाँ इंडिजिनस ग्रुप हैं, हमारे यहाँ ट्राइबल्स हैं और काफी हमारे यहाँ समूह है, कम्युनिटीज हैं, उनको भी हम लोग साथ में लेंगे। और जब हम लोग पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय जी की बात करते हैं तो उन्होंने कहा ही है कि अंत्योदय, हम लास्ट में जो हमारा डिप्राइव्ड बंधु है या भगिनी है उसको भी सोचते हुए हम लोग ऐसी स्ट्रैटेजीज बनाएंगे कि तब हमारी भावनिक, सोशल और इकोनॉमी, ये तो ठीक है कि वो एम्पावर होना चाहिए, शी शुड बी एबल टू अर्न हर लाइवलीहुड, इट इज ओके। पर इतनी सीटी जो है वो भी हमें ध्यान में लेना बहुत आवश्यक है, क्योंकि जब तक हम लोग वो चीज देखेंगे नहीं तब तक उसको सराहने के लिए, उसका मनोबल बढ़ाने के लिए बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी है कि जो हम लोग पेपर पे नहीं ला सकते, पर है, इनहेरेंट है, इंट्रिंसिक है, उनका पोटेंशियल है। तो ये भी हम लोग ध्यान में रखेंगे। हम लोग जब शिक्षा के बारे में कहते हैं तो एक बहुत ही यानी 20th सेंचुरी में हमने जो यानी एक स्वदेशी समाज के बारे में गुरुदेव रविंद्रनाथ ठाकुर ने कहा था कि बहुत शुरुआत में उन्होंने एक विचार रखा था कि वी मस्ट नो दैट एवरी रेस इज अ पार्ट ऑफ द ग्लोबल मैन. Every race establishes itself by giving an account of what is the innovation to give to or help a man all over the universe. When any race loses the vigor to innovate, it exists as a load like a paralytic body, part on the body of that huge man. Indeed, there is no glory in only existing. We have to make them able to understand their existence and to make their life more important for others. Others will take the lesson from them. There are certain things, a number of things which needs to be incorporated in the plan, which will focus what strategies, what kind of things are required to promote इक्विटी एंड इंक्लूजन. सिर्फ हम लोग एक छोटा सा ही उदाहरण पाठ्यक्रम का लेते हैं पर आगे बढ़ते हैं. काफी सारी हमको यानी व्हाट स्टेप्स टू बी टेकन बाय द गवर्नमेंट, उसमें हमने काफी देखा है कि कंडक्ट आउटरीच प्रोग्राम ऑन हायर एजुकेशन अपॉर्चुनिटीज एंड स्कॉलरशिप्स अमंग एसईडीजीएस. हमें मालूम है कि बहुत सारी छात्राएं ऐसी है, गर्ल्स छात्राएं ऐसी है कि उन्हें मालूम ही नहीं, पता ही नहीं कि इतनी सारी स्कॉलरशिप होती है. उसके लिए हमें बहुत सारे पोर्टल्स खोलना पड़ेगा, बहुत सारी चीजें हमको शासन के माध्यम से और इंस्टीट्यूट, हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट लेवल के स्तर पर हमें उसको प्रोपोगेट करना पड़ेगा. हमें फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस के बारे में भी सोचना पड़ेगा. हमें इंस्टीट्यूशनल डेवलपमेंट प्लान सोचते वक्त, अभी एक उदाहरण मैं रखूंगी कि मुंबई जैसे एक मेट्रो शहर में हम जब इंक्लूजन की बात करेंगे और पर्टिकुलरली वेयर आई बिलोंग, तो हमें ध्यान में आता है कि स्पेस इज वेरी लिमिटेड. और जब हम लोग शासन स्तर पर या राज्य स्तर पर या केंद्र स्तर पर हम सोचने लगते हैं तो वी कंसीडर मुंबई एज ए जनरल सिटी और जनरल महानगर as compared to others. Here there are different problems. I am sitting in the Nagpur, it has its own issues, but when I go to Mumbai and where I see कि there are different issues in relation to the gender education and especially the women's education. तो हमें ये जो हम लोग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाते हैं उसके लिए भी हमें बहुत अलग अलग स्ट्रेटेजीज करना पड़ेगा. Considering the geographic parity, considering the geographic some merits and demerits, तो ही हम लोग शासन के माध्यम से और हमारे माध्यम से हम जो स्ट्रेटेजीज बना रहे उसको हम लोग आगे तक ले जा सकेंगे. एक ऑब्जर्वेशन है सर अध्यक्ष महोदय, वो मैं सिर्फ आपसे शेयर करती हूँ कि जैसे पालघर के पास एक वाड़ा नाम की एक कम्युनिटी रहती है और वो ट्राइबल में आते हैं. दे आर वेल इक्विप्ड विथ सो मेनी इंडिजिनस थिंग्स, पर वो सिलेबस में हम पढ़ाते नहीं और उनको भी हम लोग कई कॉपीराइट या बहुत सारी चीजें नहीं देते हैं. तो इसलिए उनके ज्ञान की समावेशकता ये भी हमको बहुत गंभीरता से सोचना आवश्यक है. तो ही हम लोग एक पाठ्यक्रम में ये सब चीजें लाएंगे तो हम एक अच्छा काम कर सकेंगे. बहुत बार एनजीओज के माध्यम से, एनजीओज का भी हमें बहुत अच्छा योगदान हम ले सकते हैं क्योंकि देयर आर सेवरल एनजीओज वर्किंग ऑन दीज ग्रुप्स, इंडिजिनस ग्रुप. तो मेरा मुद्दा ये है कि हम लोग जेंडर डिस्पैरिटी, जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, ब्रिजिंग द गैप बिटवीन द जेंडर्स, ये यदि हम लोग इसमें मिनिमाइज कर पाएंगे तो हमारी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का जो भी हम उपयोजन करने जा रहे हैं हमें उससे बहुत अच्छा समाधान मिलेगा. और आगे हमने जो कहा है हमारा सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल में हमने जो कहा है कि क्वालिटी एजुकेशन it should not be confined to the classroom, but we have to spread across the country, across the universe and across the genders. Then and then we will be able to realize the goals of NEP. I think my time is very short and I have to finish within 9 minutes. Thank you, sir. If you give me chance to speak more, then definitely I would be delighted to speak more. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have rightly said that gender disparity is to be minimized and initiatives are to be taken, and then only we can achieve the goals of the national education policy. You have also talked about the issue of geographical diversity and the requirement of the financial support. You have also said about the use of NGOs. They are very, very important in this framework wherein we all have to move ahead to implement this national education policy. Thank you very much. Let us see later on for the discussion part. Now, without wasting any time, further time, I now request Professor Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, to address all of us. Vice Chancellor Moti.
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार जी, आइए सर।
सर, मेरा थोड़ा इंटरनेट का कनेक्शन वीक है, तो मैं अपना वीडियो ऑफ कर सकता हूं, आपकी अनुमति हो तो?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, जो आपको ठीक लगे।
नहीं, उससे थोड़ा सा बोलने में आसानी हो जाएगी। सबसे पहले मेरे आदरणीय अग्रज और मुझ पर बहुत स्नेह रखने वाले ऐसे आदरणीय इस सत्र के माननीय अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर नागेश्वर राव जी को यहाँ से प्रणाम करता हूँ। इस कार्यक्रम में प्रोफेसर तेज प्रताप जी, आदरणीय शेखर दत्त जी और डॉक्टर पंकज मित्तल जी, सब इस कार्यक्रम से मुझे जोड़ने वाले नील सेन गुप्ता जी, सबको प्रणाम करता हूँ। मुझे यह अवसर प्रदान करने के लिए मैं बहुत संक्षेप में, बहुत बिंदुवार अपनी बात रखने का प्रयत्न करूंगा। 2:24 मेरे समय हो रहे हैं, मुझे 8 से 9 मिनट बोलना है, ऐसा संकेत है। समावेश और समता राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के संदर्भ में एक कार्य योजना जो हम लोगों को विश्वविद्यालयों के कुलपतियों के नाते और शिक्षा प्रशासकों के रूप में जिन लोगों को बनानी है, उनके लिए कुछ संकेत देने का साहस कर रहा हूं। मुझसे अधिक वरिष्ठ लोग इस कार्यक्रम में सब बैठे हुए हैं, इसलिए ये अवसर मेरे को थोड़ा साहस प्रदान करता है। हमें अध्येता वृत्तियों में, स्कॉलरशिप्स में संख्या में भी वृद्धि करनी चाहिए, उनकी धनराशि में भी वृद्धि करनी चाहिए। तीसरा, हमें अधिक से अधिक छात्रावासों के निर्माण की व्यवस्था पर विचार करना चाहिए। उच्च शिक्षा से जुड़े हुए संस्थानों की आधारभूत सुविधाओं के लिए अधिक से अधिक निधि का आवंटन भी हमें विचार करना चाहिए। सकल नामांकन अनुपात में वृद्धि के लिए एक समयबद्ध लक्ष्य निर्धारित योजना बनाने का भी हमें सोचना होगा। प्रवेश नियमों और प्रक्रियाओं का अधिकाधिक हितधारकों से एक व्यापक विचार विमर्श, विश्वविद्यालयों के बहुत सारे अभी शिक्षकों ने भी इस पूरे डॉक्यूमेंट को नहीं पढ़ा है, उसका एक व्यापक विचार विमर्श विश्वविद्यालय स्तर पर भी हमें प्रारंभ करना होगा। हमें अपने पाठ्यक्रमों में क्षेत्र विशेष की दक्षता और हस्तशिल्प को, कौशल को, उसको पहचान करते हुए, चिन्हित करते हुए अपने पाठ्यक्रमों में सम्मिलित करना होगा। सिद्धांत और इसके अनुप्रयोगों को सम्मिलित करते हुए जो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के सिद्धांत हैं, पाठ्यक्रम का पुनर्गठन, एक प्रकार से पुनर्रचना करनी होगी। अपनी वेबसाइट और जितने भी सामाजिक मीडिया के माध्यम हैं, उनके तरीके से हमें सारी सूचनाओं को स्थानीय भाषाओं में, जिन भाषाओं की बात आज प्रातःकाल के सत्र में भी की गई है, उद्घाटन सत्र में, भारतीय भाषाओं में भी उसे उपलब्ध कराने की व्यवस्था करनी होगी। जो स्थानीय दक्षताएं हैं, उसके लिए अलग से एक कोष, एक प्रोफाइल, एक पोर्टल, एक प्लेटफॉर्म अलग से बनाया जाना चाहिए विश्वविद्यालयों के स्तर पर भी। जो हमारे नियम, परिनियम, नियमावली विश्वविद्यालयों में, वो हमारी विद्वत परिषद या कार्य परिषद या किसी और संस्था के द्वारा उनमें परिवर्तन किए जाने हैं, उन्हें कई बार युक्ति संगत भी बनाया जाना है, बहुत बार वो युक्ति संगत नहीं है, उनका सरल भी बनाया जाना है। और सामाजिक वंचित वर्ग हैं, उनके लिए अनुकूलन किया जाना भी एक काम है। मौलिकता, रचनात्मकता, विश्लेषणात्मकता और गुणवत्ता, मौलिकता, रचनात्मकता, विश्लेषणात्मकता और गुणवत्ता, इन चारों का एक संतुलन बनाते हुए भी हमें प्रोत्साहित करना अपने शिक्षकों को और सबको। संवाद, चर्चा, विचार के माध्यम से सामाजिक आर्थिक रूप से वंचित वर्गों के विभिन्न समूहों, श्रेणियों, क्षेत्रों, समुदायों, वर्गों में एक समन्वय स्थापित करना। सहानुभूति और संवेदना के साथ इन वंचित समूहों के महत्वपूर्ण विषयों को संबोधित करना। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा और प्रौद्योगिकी दोनों का एक समन्वय स्थापित करना। हितधारकों को सम्मिलित करते हुए कुछ ऐसे अकादमिक आयोजन करना जिसमें कार्यशालाएं, गोष्ठियां, वेबिनार हों और उसमें स्थानीय रूप से जो हमारे आदर्श हैं, बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में जिन्होंने अपना सम्मान देश भर में, संसार भर में प्राप्त किया है, उसको प्रतिस्थापित करने का प्रयास करना। जो एक राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में विशेष क्षेत्रों के लिए आकांक्षात्मक जिलों की संभावित क्षेत्रों के बारे में कहा गया है, उनकी गतिविधियों में वंचित वर्गों की सहभागिता बढ़ाना, ड्रॉप आउट को निरंतर परामर्श प्रदान करना, विभिन्न परीक्षाओं और करियर के बारे में सूचनाओं का प्रसार करना, संचार के विभिन्न माध्यमों से उच्चतर शिक्षा संस्थानों तक व्यापक को सुनिश्चित करना, शिक्षा के इच्छुक व्यक्तियों में आत्मविश्वास और निर्भीकता लाने के उपाय विकसित करना, रोजगारोन्मुखी पाठ्यक्रमों कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से रोजगार की संभावनाओं में वृद्धि करना, सामाजिक आर्थिक रूप से वंचित वर्गों की तकनीक और प्रौद्योगिकी तक पहुंच को बढ़ाना, हमारे सभी पाठ्यक्रमों को अद्यतन करना और वंचित वर्गों के व्यक्तियों और लाभार्थियों को सामाजिक आर्थिक रूप से समतापूर्ण तत्वों और समावेशी विचारों के साथ प्रोत्साहित करना, छात्रावासों और छात्रावास की सुविधाओं में वृद्धि करना। एक और महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न है, वो है अविश्वास और मिथ्या सूचना के प्रश्नों को संबोधित करने के लिए निरंतर संवाद और विचार बनाए रखना, परिसर में रहने वाले विद्यार्थियों के लिए गुणवत्ता पर्याप्त आधारभूत सुविधाओं को सुनिश्चित करना, अनुसंधान और नवाचार के सहयोगी कार्यक्रमों को विकसित करना, विश्वविद्यालय द्वारा पूर्णतया वित्त पोषित अंग्रेजी, हिंदी, स्थानीय भाषाओं में ब्रिज कोर्सेज को तैयार करना और स्थानीय भाषाओं में पाठ्य पुस्तकों, तकनीकी शब्दों के शब्दकोशों का निर्माण करना और उन्हें विकसित करना और उन्हें सब तक पहुंचाना, वंचित वर्गों की परिवेदना और विषयों को संबोधित करने वाले विशेष सहायता केंद्र और प्रकोष्ठों का निर्माण करना, गुणवत्ता युक्त शोध सामग्रियों के सुनिश्चयन के लिए अविलंब स्थानीय स्तर पर विश्वविद्यालय के स्तर पर अनुवाद की व्यवस्थाएं प्रारंभ करना और परिसरों में क्षेत्रीय भाषाओं में पाठ्य सामग्री और अध्ययन सामग्री उपलब्ध कराने का विचार करना। एक प्रकार से परिसर की स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं में को भी सुदृढ़ करना विश्वविद्यालयों के स्तर पर हम लोगों का दायित्व होगा। एक चलित पुस्तकालयों की बात भी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में भी कही गई और अनेक विश्वविद्यालय इस पर काम कर रहे हैं। चलित पुस्तकालयों की सुविधाओं की स्थापना करना, डिजिटल शिक्षा तक की पहुंच को सुगम बनाना, प्रयोगशालाओं में सुविधाएं बढ़ाना, दिव्यांग हितैषी आधारभूत सुविधाएं जो डिसेबल्ड फ्रेंडली जिन्हें कहा जाता है, उन आधारभूत सुविधाओं को तैयार करना, दृष्टिबाधित विद्यार्थियों के लिए लाइब्रेरी में भी सुविधाओं को बढ़ाने के बहुत प्रकार के संसाधन अब आ गए हैं, उन पर विचार करना, निर्णय निर्माण की प्रक्रिया में भी अधिकाधिक रूप से ऐसे लोगों को सम्मिलित करना। ये कुछ बिंदु मेरे मस्तिष्क में थे, मैंने बहुत तेजी से नोट करके इसलिए बोले जिससे कोई विषय में विषयांतर ना हो सके और मैं इधर उधर ना भटकूं, कोई बड़ा भाषण ना दूं। आप सबने मेरे को पिछले 8 मिनट में सुना। मैंने नागेश्वर राव जी मुझे इस बात के लिए जरूर आप साधुवाद देंगे कि मैंने समय सीमा में अपनी बात कह दी है। जब पुनः समय मिलेगा अपनी बात पुनः करूंगा। आप सबको बहुत बहुत प्रणाम करता हूं।
सर, प्रोफेसर राव, यू आर म्यूटेड।
आपने शर्मा जी, आपने बहुत थोड़े से समय में ज़्यादा बातें कहने का प्रयास किया, बहुत अच्छा लगा और लोगों को ज़्यादा बिंदुओं पर बात करने का लाभ भी मिलेगा, क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपने दोनों ही बिंदु समता और समावेश दोनों ही बिंदुओं पर समग्र जो चिंतन आपने लोगों के सामने रखा, उसमें निश्चित रूप से बहुत से ऐसे बिंदु जिस पर शायद बहुत से लोग अपने विचार व्यक्त करेंगे, हम सब के लिए बहुत लाभकारी होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार आपका। अब मैं प्रोफेसर राजन वेलुकर, वाइस चांसलर औरा यूनिवर्सिटी गुजरात से निवेदन करूंगा। वो पूर्व में मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी के भी कुलपति रहे हैं और यशवंतराव चौहान ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी नासिक के भी कुलपति रहे हैं और वर्तमान में गवर्निंग काउंसिल जो AIU का है उसके सम्मानित सदस्य भी हैं। मैं उनसे आग्रह करूंगा कि वे हम सबको संबोधित करें। प्रोफेसर वेलुकर जी।
सर, प्रोफेसर राव, The next speaker is Professor Rajan Valikar. Yes.
He's not here. I think he
Professor
wanted to
Velukar
enter
is,
into it.
Professor
Have
Velukar
you
is trying
permitted
to
him?
join. He will join shortly. He is trying. We can do some question answer session by the time he joins.
चलिए हम लोग इस बीच में किसी को कोई बात इन दोनों ही विचारों के संबंध में कहनी है या इस विषय पर anybody who would like to speak on promoting equity and inclusion in higher education challenges and solutions, but your observations, they should be brief and you should not exceed 2 to 3 minutes time because we would like to involve more and more participants to have their views, and all those divergent views, they can be compiled by the AIU for the concluding observations. So anyone who would like to come forward, first they introduce themselves and then speak for 1 to not more than 2 minutes. Please. कोई भी बोल सकता है. Equity and inclusion in higher education, challenges and solutions.
Professor Rao, can I speak?
Ji.
Professor Rao, this is Professor S.P. Singh, Vice Chancellor, the Assam Royal Global University, Guwahati. And I think I'll take 2 minutes if you allow me.
Please, please, please.
Okay. So just, like this, I have already written a paper I've submitted to AIU on this. And the paper is in front of me because I wanted to speak on this. But then by the time I could thought of it, I have sent it to AIU so that it can be published. And from a long time, I'm thinking of talking on. Basically, there are many issues where equity and access can be discussed. That is maybe social, economic, cultural, quality. So, but I just want to put up because, one point I'm trying to emphasize, I may be right or wrong, that honorable vice chancellors and other members can decide. But then somehow or other, I'm observing myself and I've seen around me the subsidized education, the education what we are providing in IGNU and all other institutions in the government public sector, that is not going all to the right deserving people. Means many people who can afford educational fee for a particular period of time, they all are getting, including me and my children, they are getting subsidized education in government universities and campuses. So I probably have very categorically said that somehow or other we have to gradually migrate from this subsidized education to self-financed mode and more scholarship. Every child of the country who cannot afford education should be funded by the government in some form so that he cannot be deprived of quality education. At the same time, for the level playing of the private sector and the public sector, unless and until that domain is open to all the children across, the good students will not come to the good private institution and they're still in the name of subsidized low money. So equity has to be there with respect to providing education as far as the student who want an education. So somehow, gradually, I'm not saying that it can happen in a day. We have to have gradually migrate in a system where the subsidized education can gradually become self-financed, then the scholarships and as many scholarships and many people who are getting subsidized education, they should not get, and the people more money can be affordable and can be given. So this is, I'm talking from last 3-4 years. And the earlier education minister, he has noted down, the current education minister, he has noted down. Unless and until that will happen, that is my personal feeling. I may be wrong. You all are learned people, can discuss about it. But there should be something so that the gas subsidy has been taken away. The same way the subsidized education can be converted into a scholarship-based funded education so that quality will prevail in this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. As regards the subsidy-based education, you have rightly said about it. And you know that IGNU does not get any subsidy to reach to those unreached. So this is the fees which we collect from the learner. It is a very affordable fees. And the same fees is being used for running this entire institution, including the academic development, quality maintenance, and also looking at the issues of equity and inclusion also.
Absolutely.
Now I think Rajan Velukar has joined us. Without wasting time, let us listen to him first, and then we can have the discussions on the remaining discussions for the remaining time with all. Professor Rajan Velukar.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Nageshwar Raoji. I am really sorry I am having a issue of the network because I am in Pondicherry, and then I don't know when the network will go. My fellow colleagues, the panelists, and my colleagues, Vice Chancellor from various universities in the Eastern Zone. Madam Pankaj Mittal, the Honorable President of Association of Indian Universities, and the invitees and guests. Education is considered as one of the most important fundamental rights as far as school education is concerned. The act, the fundamental uh, right that is given in Article 21, Article 21 of the Indian Constitution tells us about that. But there is no fundamental right for the higher education given. And therefore, when we are talking about the higher education, we have to think from a very, very different perspective. And therefore, we need to understand the difference between equity, equality, and inclusion. I'm sure every one of you are so learned, and therefore you understand what is the difference between equity, equality, and inclusion. But unless and until we understand the importance of all the three things, we may not be able to understand, and therefore we will have to really find out what are the obstacles in the 21st century where the ICT is ruling almost all the world, all the humanities. Now, though we have to go beyond the ICT and understand the humanity and the society and the community. And therefore, we need to understand this equity and inclusion from a very, very different perspective. The government, though its policy of affirmative action, reservation in higher education institutions for the disadvantaged communities could not get more than 2% of the population, 2 to 3% of the population in the population in the mainstream of education. Say, when we are talking about the access, we are not able to include around 70% of the young people between the age group of 18 to 25. They are out of the higher education system. So whatever revenue or whatever expenditure is done on this higher education is done on 30% of the eligible young people from the population of these young people between 18 to 25. So in a way, what are we doing? We are spending the entire revenue on 30% and not on the 100% of the young people between the age group of 18 to 25. And therefore, whenever we are looking at the higher education from a perspective of equity and inclusion, we need to think about them. We are spending their share on 30%. We are spending the 70% share, which otherwise they could have got if they could have come to the higher education on only 30%. And therefore, how do we think differently to bring them into the mainstream of education? Therefore, I say that in the ICT, we need to think from a very different perspective. Say, Amartya Sen proposed that poverty analysis should focus on an individual's access to opportunities and factors such as health, nutrition, and most important is education that reflects an individual's basic capacity for effective function in a society. Poverty is seen as deprivation in opportunities that can result in lesser accumulation of human capabilities, which are essential for learning a tolerable life. Human deprivation in capabilities result from lack of opportunity. That is, from lack of access to services, assets, and employment. And this has direct relationship with higher education and education in general. The two concepts of poverty and deprivation are tightly linked, but there is general agreement that the concept of deprivation covers the various conditions independent of income experienced by people who are poor, while the concept of poverty refers to the lack of income and other resources which make those conditions inescapable, or at least highly likely. I would like to tell that if my mother would not have been a primary teacher, and if I would not have got the concession because of my mother was a teacher concession, I would not have been able to complete my higher education, or rather, I would not have gone to higher education institutions for higher learning. And the situation has not changed really. If you go to the rural areas, where I was a vice chancellor in one of the rural university, the population of that village was just 10,000. And you know, every November or December, all the children used to come with their parents and tell me that we will not be able to pay the tuition fees because we have farmers. We have this time there was a cyclone, this time there was floods and something or the other, and this time we have not got the rates from the government, or our produce has not been sold. Now still this is the situation in rural areas, and therefore we need to give more focus on the people, those who are staying in the rural and tribal areas. It is very difficult to answer, and if you are in a private university, then it becomes more difficult. In the public institutions, at least, there are several scholarships and other schemes, but in the private universities it is very difficult. I would say, I can give another example of my own daughter. She wanted to do a medicine, and she could clear the test, but she could not get the admission in the government institute, and therefore we stop and we change our decision, and then she did some other programs, because it is my case. You can understand, a vice chancellor's daughter cannot do it, what about others? And therefore what we need to understand in this ICT world, information communication technology, we have to understand what are the obstacles which we are facing in this world, what our students are facing in this world. So those 11 obstacles I would like to tell to all of you. What are the obstacles which we are facing in this world? What are the obstacles these children are facing in this world? If we understand, the first is access. Because of ICT, there is access to me. There is access to me for not all, but some courses. But if I go and do those kind of courses and I am not able to get admission in a formal system, then those courses has no meaning for me. Because if I do some courses online, and if I am not able to do 12th standard, are we going to give admission to them? No, we don't give, because there is a structure in our country. But that structure exists in other countries. I know one girl who could not clear her 12th standard, who left her education after 10th and did not appear for 12th standard. But she was very good in mathematics. She appeared in some course of Mathematical Institute in Chennai.
Sir,
and she could clear that. I'll take 1 minute. I'll take 1 minute. Yeah, I'm sorry. But because she could complete the course, not formal system, not well standard in formal system, because she was brilliant, she has been given admission in she was given admission in MIT USA. Are we going to change our system and going to include them? That is the biggest question which we need to ask ourselves. How are we including the rural area, or how are we going to include those who have not access to right kind of education? How do we create that kind of environment which otherwise the best of the best educational institutions are having? Infrastructure, infrastructure, all these things in the world of ICT. And therefore, there is a biggest question. How are we going to achieve the fundamental rights which has been given to each and everybody in this country? And that is the biggest challenge which we have. And therefore, we need to think very differently. We need to bring the non-formal kind of education in higher education also. And we need to give flexibility to all our universities and educational institutions. This is what I could. I am really sorry I could not join because of the connectivity. Uh, so thank you very much, Professor Rao.
Thank you for giving us useful insights, specifically since you are the Vice Chancellor of the Open University Nasik, where you are directly in touch with the rural people and also the types of issues which those children they confronted. We know that we have the gracious presence of Honorable H.E. Shekhar Dutt ji is also listening to all of us. Please, now the comments and observations from our friends, please restrict yourself to 2 minutes. Whosoever is making his observations or comments on this issue. Please. Anybody?
If anyone has any question.
Anyone has got any observation? Question is not required, even if the observation is there. Anything which they would like to add also? The discussion is going on.
Can I
say something, sir?
Please,
can I
please.
say something, Professor Rao?
Please.
अभी अभी जिन्होंने बात किया, I think it's very important issues, especially for India. And I think one of the best or successful model is IGNOU. And the state also has open university. We should try and make open school and open university more sort of have cater to larger numbers of people. Courses should be flexible in a manner that the time should be flexible also, so that person can work somewhere and increase his or her abilities through these kind of online. And COVID has shown us the online is permits. My driver has got 2 children. Sometimes he has to perforce leave his mobile. And because either of the children will use the mobile for his or her education. And they are school children. They are in central school. I think something could be done that, and some states have done this, that tablets or something has been given. It is something like a scholarship in kind. Tablets are given so that communication is there with the school. Similar tablets can be given to
students,
higher education students, so that they are connected with and we should think all those kind of things by which we can have much larger numbers. And also some training mode or should be done through tie-up with uh, with industries, so that while some information or skills are given, that can be straight away used also. So earlier we used to have training cum production centers, TCPC. Now TCPC allows limited numbers of people, but suppose the trainees are also connected with industries, so they get training and they get practical training, both the things. So they get knowledge, theoretical knowledge and practical training. Now, greater numbers of people should come into those kind of things, and especially in the rural areas. Rural areas, what I think, I live in Faridabad or outskirts of Delhi, but there are places in Haryana or UP which are far away from mandis, and they have agriculture produce, but they have to bring it to the mandi because otherwise nobody will purchase those agriculture produce. Unless and until these are value added, so food processing industries. The food processing industries can and should be put up in rural areas, far away from the market, where, but the farmers' children should be trained into value addition. तो ये बहुत सारे मतलब एप्लीकेशंस हमको प्रैक्टिस करना पड़ेगा, so that especially in the rural areas, around 65% of India stays in the rural areas. Of this, suppose the population is more than 50% which are young. So 30% of India's young are staying in the rural areas. तो उनको वो स्किल आनी चाहिए जो कि फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री के लिए काम है, सो दैट फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज वहां पे बने. यू नो, मेरे ख्याल से ऑल दीज डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ सिचुएशन शुड बी विजुअलाइज्ड बाय एजुकेशनिस्ट, बिकॉज आप ट्रेन कर रहे हैं लोगों को और आपके ट्रेन्ड पीपल विल गो इनटू द मार्केट. सो मार्केट को ही बढ़ाना जरूरी है. और अगर ये ऐसे विजुलाइज करें एंड वी डू इट. अभी मैं आई वाज स्पीकिंग विद डॉक्टर द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द AIU, हिमाचल जैसे जगह पे देयर आर मेनी प्लेसेस जहाँ से कि विलेजर सिटी में आ ही नहीं सकता बिकॉज इट इज सो फार अवे. फार अवे नहीं है, मतलब इट टेक्स टाइम हिली एरियाज. नाउ इट इज नेसेसरी कि इस टाइप के इंडस्ट्रीज ऐसे ऐसे डिफिकल्ट और दूरस्थ जगह पे हो. तो आई थिंक वी विल हैव टू थिंक ऑफ मेनी सच थिंग्स बाय विच वी कैन यूज distant learning mode and put that into application of say earning.
I think what you said is right, and at least most of the open universities, they are in a position to go for it also, because here the person who provides the skills, they will be different. The same in case of the conventional institution also. The knowledge part, it can be imparted by the institution, and the skill part, it will be imparted by some other skilling institution. And both, if they can be clubbed, then we will get better results. So that is what I think your perception, and it will be very useful both to the conventional institution as well as to the ODL institutions also. Rajan, you would like to speak something about it? Because Echi has come to intervene on your observations. Velukarji.
Yeah. See, my observation on his is a wonderful thing which he has talked about. I think I agree with him, and then we also are thinking since so long about all these things. How do we bring the skills into, how do we integrate skills into our education? But His Excellency, I would like to tell you that in our country, whenever we talk about online education, the policymaker and the apex bodies, they always think that online education uh, doesn't have the quality. Always, because all the decisions has been taken in our country about online education by the traditional mindset, traditional system. And that is the biggest hindrance which we had seen. Though the government of India established Indira Gandhi National Open University, and several other states have opened the established open universities. But in UGC, we have seen that all the time they will say that open education and online education doesn't have the quality. We need to change that mindset. I have seen several examples from open universities, as I was the vice chancellor of one of the open university also. And several students qualified for UPSC examination, which is the one of the toughest in our country. Therefore, what you have said is, I agree with you. We need to change the mindset. That is what I see. I can say.
I'll just respond.
Slowly it is changing.
1 minute.
Slowly it is changing, but yeah,
I'll just
we need to be
respond,
aggressive.
Dr. Rajan and Dr. and VC Saab, just 1 minute. You know, I'll give you an anecdote. 1994, I was looking after electronics sector, especially defense electronics. I had gone to Japan because we wanted to collaborate in manufacturing very low light camera, and this would be used for our TV stations and for our military. While doing this, the Japanese companies, Japanese government put me in touch with these companies, and all of them came together. Hitachi, NEC, and Sony. And they said that the spin-off of all this is in distant learning, because this is used in studios, and there are many islands where small numbers of students or children are there or youth are there, and you can't put a school or a college there. So everybody is covered with distant learning mode. And they said the spin-off of using for broadcasting equipment is also learning. And they showed me all those things. So I came back to India. I'm talking of 1994. हो सकता है आप लोगों में से कुछ जने उस समय पे काम कर रहे हो. The HRD secretary's name was P.R. Dasgupta, Mr. P.R. Dasgupta. So I told Mr. P.R. Dasgupta कि ऐसा ये मैंने I've seen in Japan, and the Japanese government and the companies showed me how they use it. So he said, first class. So he called the Vice Chancellor IGNOU, and he said that a committee has been formed under the chairmanship of Vice Chancellor IGNOU, and I, as Joint Secretary, Ministry of Defense, was a member of that for distant learning. And he called Chairman ISRO, and we from Defense gave 1/4 of a transponder, and a distant learning mode started. And this was used for teachers' education. That was 1994. 96, I went back to the state, and the Chief Secretary put me as Secretary Education, higher education, school education, everything. And the same thing we did. So MP became the first state in which distant education mode was brought in for different places. Now, all what we require is a comprehensive, well tied up network by which education, learning, and practical training and practical thing which is being vetted by industry कि हाँ ये जो पढ़ा रहे हैं वो सही है, जो चल रहा है और वो काम करेगा. So if it is done, then nobody can say that this mode is not a very useful mode. And I think we have to do it. हमें बहुत जरूरी है ऐसा.
we are going on. Some good results we are getting it also. But still that the point which Rajan has said, that is very, very important, because mindset of the people, because most of the people who are at the helm of affairs, they are from this conventional educational setup, including myself also. So what happens is when they start looking at the open and distance learning, they look at only as a correspondence course. They do not go beyond that. Now the time has changed and the technology has intervened a lot. Now we are using the Swayam Prabha channels, Gyan Darshan channels, reaching to the unreached. Even the e-Gyan course is with us, wherein all the courses they have been put in the soft copy form, and anyone can download it, anyone can see to it. So most of the things they have come up very fast. Even we are using the Facebooks also. Swayam Prabha channel has become very, very popular. So now we can learn the things at home. And the education cost has become cheaper also. Even look at the Swayam platform of the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Ministry of Education. Around 2 crore learners they are registered, but still it is not popular in our country. 2 crores and free of cost registration is there. Government of India has spent a lot on that. Translation into 8 languages that is going on. Of these 3,000 courses spanning on engineering, humanities, technology, management, and the courses they have been developed by the IIT people. But that is also not being used comprehensively. And credit transfer mechanism, it has also been put by the government of India. The same can also be used comprehensively, almost free of cost. So now the awareness, because when we look at this national education policy, the awareness amongst the people, that needs to be brought. And that is why whenever the Pankaj ji is here, she knows most of the things about it, because she has developed around 700 to 800 courses of PG for this Swayam platform. And now those courses, they're very, very popular all over the country. And the same can be used for enhancing the GER also, as well as this multidisciplinary focus of this national education policy. This result, we can get it comfortably. And as you rightly pointed out, that skilling part and the education part. Suppose the field of agriculture. Agricultural, this body, they says that the agriculture cannot be imparted through ODL mode. We are not getting it, because agriculture, it is being done at the farmer's place. And ODL is the most appropriate way to reach to them. Theoretical knowledge from here and farming at the farmer's place. But still that mindset is becoming very, very crucial for all of us. And that needs to be seen, that how we can address those issues, which may help to enhance our GER also and reach to the people at a much faster pace. Because right now our enrollment, in spite of all these limitations, it is 10 lakh. If suppose, and that is also self-sustaining activity. We are not subsidized from the government for this activity. And we charge only 3,000 rupees fees for the BA. While in UK, for the same course, they are charging 3,000 pounds. The UK Open University is charging 3,000 pounds and we are charging 3,000 rupees per year from a student when we are providing include the materials also. And it is a self-sustaining activity. So things are better in our country. The only thing, some supporting hand and the change of mindset, if that is there, that will help us to move ahead at a faster pace.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
See, first of all, thanks to open universities and open education, that when we talk of access and equity, and when we talk of transition rate from, say, school education to higher education, the transition rate between, say, general, SC and ST is not very, very different. For example, 2018 data, if you see, the transition rate for general category is 88, means 88%. SC is 85 and ST is 80. So if a student is reaching till the school level, then the transition to higher education is happening almost for all the classes. So access and equity is a larger issue at the school level rather than the higher education level. But the major issue is that once these students come to higher education, how to do mainstreaming, how to integrate them with the rest of the population. So I personally feel that, I mean, government will be doing its bit, but at the part of the higher education institutions, the access and equity should be in the IDP, institution development plan of the university. It should be in the vision and mission of the university. We are not doing a favor if we are mainstreaming them or if we are integrating them with the rest of the population. So if we have to run remedial coaching, we shouldn't, look down upon them. That issue of mindset, which we were talking about, open education, that issue of mindset is with many areas. It is with open education, it is with skill education, it is with scheduled caste, scheduled tribe. So with so many people or so many categories, the issue of mindset is there. So we have to change our attitude towards all these issues, even like when you talk of skills. So skill is not getting the status it deserves. For example, today if nobody will proudly say that I want my son to be an electrician or a plumber or a carpenter. They always want their son to be a doctor or an engineer or an administrator, because we are not associating status or something respect with the skill. So that attitude has to be changing for so many things. Then that can be best done by our universities only. So the universities are the ones where the youngsters are there, where the young population is there. So they have to see to it that the attitudinal changes are there in the young minds, so that when they become the future of the nation, they are having the right type of mindset.
Dr. Rao, I have one observation. Like I'm talking about IGNOU. In 1995, we took admission in one course called PGDHE, Postgraduate Diploma in Higher Education, when we were young lecturers in University of Lucknow. And I think many a times, whatever I think Professor others have said regarding the quality of or maybe the acceptance of distance mode, I find only one gap. And probably IGNOU is not doing that, but others are doing it. Therefore, there's a gap. That many a times you give admission to such children who have no practical way of understanding the things. Means unless and until a particular course is integrated with the practical aspect of life of the candidate who is taking admission in a distance mode, I think it will always remain undervalued. And that's why IGNOU, I said we were lecturer and we have taken admission. If I am a law graduate, I'm doing LLM. If I'm doing agriculture in the field and I'm getting admission in the agriculture, that should be the minimum qualification requirement, not the graduate or undergraduate or class 12 pass, but your place of work. And I think if we decide in this manner, the distance education or now the digital education will become a very, very handy thing. But we have to, I would not say regulation is bad, but it should be self-regulation. If the admission has been given to only those people who have, on-site practical way of learning things. That is my observation.
I also did this course PGDHE from IGNOU, and I must say that the quality was remarkable. It was so difficult to pass that examination also.
Ma'am, I'm still carrying all the notes of IGNOU of 1995, and then I have taken admission in MBA also. And right now I'm doing LLM. I'm completing LLM because IGNOU is not offering LLM, so I'm doing it from Annamalai, because distance education can really change our life if at all we are in practice of that particular thing. Yes.
Again, the regulation comes into picture. Na? They are not permitting us to go for LLM. They are not permitting us to go for agriculture. That is what I just telling you. So that is what we are just looking into it, how the mindset can be changed. And here the Honorable HE is present over here, maybe his good offices and his good, because he was associated with us way back in 1996 or so. So he knows that how the IGNOU has transformed itself. So, and it is the open and distance learning. And we are now being consulted from the countries like Guyana. They are asking us that how to go for ODL. They are asking us consulted. So internationally, we are also being acclaimed for those things. But nationally, that faith, it should also be restored amongst us.
His Excellency, I have one observation on setting up the rural agriculture processing units. I'm from a place and still have something there. All the agriculture units set up in 1970s and 70s or maybe 80s, they all have gradually been closed down because of many reasons. But one of the reasons were that big fishes started eating small fishes, and the big corporate houses have actually incurred the ROI, return on investment. And therefore, unless and until we have a comprehensive plan in this country, this is my, as a student of marketing and as a student of agriculture strategy, if we have a comprehensive plan where the small units are being joined with the bigger, units or maybe bigger houses, or it may not be bigger houses, or maybe farmers' interest is actually taken care of, till the time this whole exercise becomes futile after a few years of the establishment, and people who invest in those industries, they become bankrupt. So this is the situation what we are facing in many of the
Let
areas.
us invite the opinion of others also, because others will feel that we are only discussing amongst ourselves. Anybody else would like to make a brief observation for a minute or so? Anybody else? Of course, we have given one more opportunity. Earlier also we have given the opportunity, but no one has come up.
Okay.
I think Echi is present over here. We can ask him to give the concluding observations, because he is the right person to understand our viewpoint also, and also what the national education policy has said about us, because we would like to hear more from you. In the introductory, that inaugural session, you spoke very less. So we wanted to hear you more, sir. Now you have listened to Velukarji also.
I thought
So
I spoke quite a bit, but
the session.
I'll tell you, IGNU, Professor H.P. Dikshit was VC IGNU, and later on we set up in Madhya Pradesh,
Bhoj Open University.
Bhoj Open University, and he was the founder,
Vice
Chancellor there also. Now, a thought just came. Every state has at least one agriculture university. Some states have got two agriculture universities. Many states have now split into agriculture, animal husbandry. Some states have split into agriculture, animal husbandry university, fisheries university, because that structure has changed in the Krishi Bhavan also. What I'm saying is that we can think of having open universities partner with subject matter universities like agriculture, animal husbandry, or fisheries. Certain amount of knowledge can be put by the open university. Certain amount of knowledge and skill can be put by the subject matter university. And the open university person should coordinate this. And the result is then the student gets a package which will allow him to combat life. He will get enough information, enough knowledge, and enough practical training so that he can set up. And also in this package, management people could be there in the package of the university, open university or IGNU. Say, for example, I am sure everybody has read Schumacher, who's written
Small is beautiful.
Small is good.
Small
Now,
is beautiful.
if small join together, then they have got two important things. One is that at the input level, all the requirement can be bulked, and you can get a more competitive rate, the inputs required. Similarly, the output level, marketing, if one company is set up to market, then the marketing company can have bulk orders taken and pass it on to the small producers. That way, this whole group can not only survive but be very competitive, because they can pick and choose. So I'll give you an example. What are the inputs? Inputs are required for conversion of fruits into jelly or fruits into say juice. There are some inputs. There are some chemicals. There are some. Now, instead of buying individual companies small amounts of chemical or jelly or other inputs, the person who does the input requirement, who purchases, he takes all the orders and purchases it. Then he gets a bulk price, uh, say, benefit. Marketing also, he takes. Now, I'll give an example where the big is already doing. Everybody knows about Tata. Everybody knows about Voltas. What is Voltas to Tata? Voltas is the marketing wing of Tata. So what does Volta do? Voltas finds out the demand at each small town and small market, and then takes the thing from Tata's and serves it there. So if a big company can be doing it, why can't 10 smaller companies join hand and do the marketing? So we have to use some of our practical knowledge and use these kind of things, but we have to get the rural people producing goods and substances for the urban market and do it. Even the transportation can be done by a person on behalf of all the companies. तो ये सब चीजें करनी पड़ेंगी, and IGNU should take the lead, because then you can put your marketing wing to make out groups like this, and one by one different areas. So 2 successes, you will have 20 more success. If you have 20 successes, you will have 2,000 more successes, like that, because success stories will be able to be replicated. And case studies could be for many other things. You can make ghee, you can make khoa, you can make and one of the most successful thing is Amul. I was chairman of the Dairy Federation of Madhya Pradesh, and I know all our members of, they had 1 cow or 2 cows, small farmers at the different places, and you collect milk, put them into a chilling station, which is called intermediate chilling station, then put this milk into a proper chilling station, and then into a processing unit, and then make. Now, we should take lessons from that, but small is indeed beautiful, provided we make arrangements. It's a management exercise.
Sir, I am also a management student. So listening to you, it is quite encouraging to all of us. And rightly, if you look at these action points also, one of the action point which is very crucial to all of us is that formulation of institutional level curriculum assessment committee. This every university can have it. And what they can do is look at their curriculum, make the changes. Skill component, they can add it. Multidisciplinary focus, they can add it. And then they see that how it can be implemented. Additional courses, they can use the SWAYAM platform. Now the SWAYAM, it is now courses there, they are translated to 8 languages. And the reaching to those people by the SWAYAM Prabha channels. The fields like agriculture, the fields like tourism, the fields like hotel, we can easily tie up, because small units, they can be clubbed together. Practical in the agricultural farm, hotels, and then the theory part, it can be taken care of by an ODL institution. And both can be clubbed, and we can give better results also. And that is, I think, the thrust which the national education policy is talking about it. And let us see, we are hoping for the best in the coming scenario. And the seniors like you, if you are having the same ideas, it is going to strengthen our willpower to move ahead at a faster pace. So with these few words, I think Madam is also looking at the time. So, so thank you very much. And we are really grateful for the gracious presence of HE Shekhar Dutt ji. I'm thankful to all the 3 speakers who has shared their valuable insights, Rajan Velukar ji, Shashikant Vanjari ji, Sanjeev Sharma ji. Thankful to all the 3 speakers. The participation also, it has come from Professor S.P. Singh. I'm also thankful to him. And most importantly, Pankaj Mittal ji, who has given me an opportunity to be with you all and learn so many things, getting blessings also from Shekhar Dutt ji, and also the useful insights from our colleagues present over here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all. On behalf of JIS University, I would like to thank the session chair, Professor Nageshwar Rao, and the speaker of this session, Professor Rajan Velukar, Professor Shashikala Vanchari, and Professor Sanjeev Kumar Sharma. Now, we will take a short comfort break. We will rejoin again at 4 o'clock. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Very good. पौंडीचेरी से कौन बोले थे? पौंडीचेरी से?
Professor Rajan Velukar, he is actually the Vice Chancellor of Oro University, but today he was in Pondicherry. Sir, you are mute, so we are not able to hear, sir.
You brought out the right question. मैं ये कह रहा था कि उन्होंने जो क्वेश्चन किया, that was very, very useful.
This time, what we have also ensured to sort of a little bit of equity, that in all the zonal conferences, in all the sessions, at least one woman would be there. So in every session, you will find at least one woman speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Welcome back, respected dignitaries. Welcome back, respected dignitaries. We will now start the second technical session of this 95th East Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2021. This is our technical session number 2, which is on adult education and lifelong learning. It is important in our country to achieve 100% literacy along with outstanding adult education curriculum framework. Suitable infrastructure for adults for providing access to adult education and lifelong learning are also important. There is an urgent need to prepare educators to deliver the curriculum framework to mature learners. In this session, our eminent speakers are going to shed light on these points. As the session chair, we have Professor Sushma Jadhav, who is present among us. Professor Jadhav is the Vice Chancellor, Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Sonipat, Haryana. Earlier, she served Indira Gandhi National Open University, Pro-Vice Chancellor of IGNU, and as Professor of Public Policy and Governance and Chair Professor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Chair at Indian Institute of Public Administration. Chairperson, Governing Body, College of Vocational Studies, University of Delhi. Founder President of National Social Science Association. Professor Sushma Jadhav has been member of Research Committee on Rethinking Political Development, International Political Science Association, and member of the governing body, Indian Social Institute, New Delhi. I request Professor Jadhav to kindly chair the session. Ma'am, please.
Ma'am, are you there? Am I audible, ma'am? Sushma, ma'am, are you there?
I will try to speak to her. You, in the meantime, I think you can invite the speaker, some one of the speakers.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So in this session, our first speaker is Professor O.R.S. Rao, Vice Chancellor, the ICFAI University, Jharkhand. Over 45 years of experience in industry, academia, and applied research. An institutional builder, Professor Rao is associated with setting up and growing a number of institutions in India and abroad. Professor Rao worked in senior roles in reputed organizations, which include VAIL, HCL Technologies, NIIT, and GMR Group. Professor Rao is a member on the board of governors of a number of universities. He was honored by Ramakrishna Mission Ashram, Ranchi, for his efforts in inculcating values among the students. He is recipient of a number of awards of excellence for educational leadership, which include Visionary Vice Chancellor Award. I would request Dr. Rao to please speak in this session. Sir.
Thank you very much. So can I share my PPT? Can you please allow me to share the PPT?
Sure.
Sure, sir. Please.
Sir, are you able to see the PPT, sir?
Still not visible, sir.
Sir, is it visible now, sir?
Not yet, Professor Rao, not yet.
Hello, I just spoke to Professor Sushma Yadav. She is joining in a minute.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, madam.
In the case, should we wait for her?
Just wait for a minute.
Sure,
She'll be
sure,
joining in a minute.
sure.
Sir, the presentation is visible, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Let us start with the presentation of Professor Rao.
Okay, thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all of you. And at the outset, I would like to thank the GIS, the host university, for conducting this East Zone BCS meet, and the AIU, particularly Dr. Tej Pratap, the president, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, that is Secretary General, and Dr. Ramadevi Panish, the editor of the journal. I thank you all very much for giving me an opportunity to present my thoughts on this very important topic, that is the adult education and lifelong learning. And this is one of the special areas of focus that was mentioned in the NEP 2020, that is the point number 21. So talking of the adult literacy and the lifelong learning, what is the importance of that? In the last few months, what we have seen is the current work environment all over the world is affected by the double disruption. We call it as a double whammy. The first thing is the COVID-19. The COVID-19, it has forced remote working. And this is not just temporary. And while in the last about 9 months, in our India, irrespective of the field, a lot of people are forced to kind of go on to remote working. And as a part of this, now what we have seen is there are, three categories of workers. One are called the essential workers, like, people working in the agriculture or healthcare, or, people that deliver goods like the courier companies. The second is called the remote workers. Typically, if we take something like more than 90% of the IT industry, they are all working on the remote working. Same is the case with the bankers. A lot of them are working remote. And the third are the displaced workers. Sort of, these are the workers where, because of the COVID-19, the industry is sort of going through a bad period. And because of that, they are finding it very difficult to work. Some of the sectors include like the hospitality, travel, tourism, sort of while a little bit of recovery has taken place, bulk of the workers there, they are displaced and they have to look for sort of some new job, or they have to wait for the recovery to come. That is where, in fact, in some industry, there have been job losses also over there. They have retrenched the people. The second, disruption has been the automation and the technology adoption. And while it has been growing pace from phase to phase, the COVID-19 has accelerated the adoption. And as per the World Economic Forum report on the future of jobs 2020, which got released in October 2020, it says that 84% of the companies, they are digitizing the work processes. Every job is undergoing a change as a part of that. And as a part of it, the roles are changing. And the role changes wise, there again, like as per the report, it was noticed that, like some of the old roles, they are becoming redundant. In fact, that has been happening for quite some time. Like in jobs like, the data entry jobs, or clerical jobs, or administrative jobs, or bookkeeping jobs, or in the manufacturing, some of the assembly kind of workers. Some of these jobs, they are becoming redundant in certain industries. And at the same time, new roles are coming up. They estimated that, every year, roughly 15% of the kind of total jobs will be the new jobs coming from the emerging sectors. It could be like a fintech engineer, a social media specialist, or a renewable energy engineer, e-com specialist. That kind of new roles are coming up. And also our lifestyles are undergoing a change. Now we are in a digital world. Like today when we are operating, every one of us is expected to know on how to participate through video conferencing and what are the features and what to do into that. And as per this, a minimum of 50% of the people that are working, they need to upskill themselves so that they are current. And people that are jobs are getting replaced, they have to reskill themselves. And the earlier year, 2019, when the report has come, it said that 65% of the people, they have to help themselves. They said 35% of them, the kind of companies will help. But as per this report, it says that 95% of the employees, they have to reskill or upskill themselves. Companies said, I cannot do that. And they said it is required for the survival and career growth. Both of them are there. And coming back to the kind of, as far the topic is concerned, when you are talking of the adult literacy, as per the Indian census 2011, that is when the last kind of census was taken with regard to literacy in India, a literate person is a person who can both read and write with understanding in any language. Language is not a barrier at all there. And as per the various kinds of norms that are there, the adult literacy rate is the percentage of the literate population we defined earlier. They are aged 15 and above. Otherwise, total literacy, when you talk of, they take the age more than 7. But otherwise, when you talk of the adults, they take from 15 and above. As per the UNICEF, literacy benefits in a country in so many ways. 6 ways it talks of. One, it improves health, particularly during the COVID-19 times we have seen. If they have to do the social distancing, if they have to play themselves safe into that, yes, they should know, they should be literate enough to understand what we are talking of. Same in the case with the vaccine. In fact, we have seen 16, the vaccine has started, but what we notice is, still, they are not up to the mark as per the government targets. A lot of it is because of the literacy problems. People are afraid, will it really help or not? What will be the side effects into that? Second is, it builds knowledge and skills so that it makes people, capable of doing certain jobs. Third is, it improves the economy by creating jobs so that the people become more productive workforce. Then from the productive workforce comes the incomes. That incomes will help the people to come out of the poverty, a powerful tool against the poverty. And it also helps the gender equality, particularly a country like ours, where the gender equality and inequality has been an issue for us in so many ways, including the sexual harassment that is there. It also promotes the gender equality, and overall it improves the overall quality of life. Because starting with on how we live and enjoy our life, it depends a lot on the literacy itself. Then, in fact, as far the adult literacy is concerned, it's an old problem. But like, in fact, it requires new methods and new approaches to address that. There, what I thought is, it is pertinent for us to look at, the journey, Indian journey on the adult literacy over a period of time. The first kind of this thing, initiative that came up was, in 1988. It was a sequel to the NEP, the National Education Policy that was announced in 1986. When they found that there was, a literacy was a problem, adult literacy was a bigger problem. And it continued into the 9th and 10th 5-year plans. By the end of the 10th 5-year plan, that is by March 2007, the NLM covered 597 districts, which were identified in the districts where the adult literacy was a challenge. And what was the outcome out of that? 127 million persons became literate. From out of that, 60% are females and 35% are the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. And until then, when we talked of the literacy, it was more of an educational literacy, talking of the reading and writing. Then it occurred to the people that, yes, literacy cannot be limited to the educational literacy. That time the word was functional literacy. That means that an individual may have a basic reading and writing and, including the numerical skills, but the person is unable to apply them to the day-to-day tasks, and particularly in the day-to-day life itself. What are the kind of tasks that could be there? A health awareness that could be there. Or maybe reading a label on a medicine. A doctor prescribes a medicine. I must know how to read the medicine instead of, take the right prescription medicine as per the prescription. Filling out a job application whenever job application is required. Using a smartphone today, including the internet and mobile apps safely. In fact, in the last few weeks and months, we have been seeing the mobile apps have become very dangerous. The loan apps have come, and that has hit, sort of thousands and lakhs of people. They got defrauded. There have been suicide deaths because of the mobile apps that have gone for the loan apps. So that means that people know how to use the mobile apps and smartphones safely. They should be able to withdraw the money from the ATM safely. Nowadays, a lot of times what happens is people that are not literate, they show the debit card and ask somebody else, sort of, why don't you use that, get me some money? There have been so many cases of frauding into that, Likewise, the digital working, today it is becoming norm all over the world into that. It has become a new normal. So using the video conferencing and various tools, somebody must know. And last but not the least, bringing up children so that they can become, a very good citizens and very good professionals into that. Then, sort of, when once the first term of the NLM was over, it got appraised. It was recast as a Sakshat Bharat in October 2009. That time, the focus areas was, one was they brought in the functional literacy, they brought into the ambit of, the literacy program into that. Plus, they said, people that are becoming something like educated, reading and writing, they should get the numeracy skills into that. Numbers and counting, all that they should know. Second is people, that are trying to learn a little bit, they said they should acquire some academic qualifications into the formal education system, going through NIY as a new kind of, this thing was set up into that. The third thing is impart the relevant skills to improve their earning and living conditions. Everybody that gets educational qualification may not get a job. So at least they should get some skills. So these are the three focus areas in that. 70 million people got targeted. Considering that by that time, the women's literacy, female literacy was a big challenge. They said that 85% of the people that are targeted are women. The geographic coverage was in the districts which have got less than 50% female literacy. They have taken certain districts. They looked at, put together organization structure, funding, a pedagogical framework, resourcing, partnerships, public, private, NGOs, etc., implementation methodology, monitoring mechanisms, and also they brought in linkages with the other ministries, Here we are talking of not just education alone, but should help them to get a job or to get an income into that. That's where the other ministries got to that. Year-wise rollout plans were worked out, and it was rolled out in something like more than 4,200 panchayats in 365 districts. And literacy assessments are conducted by NIOS twice in a year. What is the outcome of this exercise? By 2011 census, that is the last census that is available as far as the literacy is available, including the ministry website also, you get only the data is for the 2011 census only. The overall literacy rate moved up to 74%. And out of that, the male literacy was 82% and female was 65.5. The urban literacy is 82.8 and rural was 62.6. The scheme got extended up to 31st March 2018. Earlier, it was supposed to be only up to 2012. And as presented by MHRD in the Lok Sabha in October 2019, 76.4 million adults were certified as literates between August 2010 and March 2018. And this graph shows the growth of literacy rate in India, starting from 51 up to 2011. And in 1947, the country got the independence. At that time, the literacy was hardly 12%. From 12% in 2011, we have moved up to 74%. And in this decade of 2001 to 2011, what you notice is the disparity between the males and females. Earlier, it was a wide disparity that was there. From around 22%, it has come down to 17% in 2011. And same is the case with regard to the kind of the urban and also the rural and also the metro also. That disparity also has come down. But at the same time, even as of the 2011, still India had the largest number of non-literate adults in the world. That is a big challenge that is there. India's contribution to the non-literates is 37% as of that time, as of 2011. So that means that still it is a burning problem for us. How to move ahead from there? The first thing is to take stock of the current state of literacy. Today, all the numbers that are available for us as far as the literacy is concerned, the numbers are of 2011. We don't have the data as of 2021. For that, a census is due. I think census 2021, I think they may have to take. Or otherwise, a separate exercise has to be done to assess what is the literacy today and to various segments of the population. We need to do a diagnostic study and understand what are the new issues now. And understanding the learnings out of the earlier initiatives. There was an NLM initiative. There was the second initiative that has taken up. What are the learnings out of them? And what we have seen in both the initiatives was it has to be implemented in a mission mode. That means that a very detailed working has to be done for that into that. And it has to be discussed with the stakeholders, because when we are talking of this, this is a concurrent subject, and the state governments have to be actively involved in every sphere, because they are all working people. They can be working in agriculture, industry, wherever they are working. That being the case, the stakeholders have to be involved into that. A specific target beneficiaries and objectives to be set. We can't simply say we want to go for 100% literacy, but currently the rates could be different. From there, we have to see on how to move up and where. And also wherever vulnerabilities are there, there maybe I think appropriate targets have to be set. The linkages have to be established between all the concerned ministries. It cannot be limited to the Ministry of Education alone. The rural development is there, labor is there, agriculture, finance. All of them have to get actively involved into that. And if it is going to be a new scheme, considering that this scheme is over as of 31st of March 2018, I guess that it's going to be a new scheme. For that, what is the new organization structure, funding pattern, partnerships, roles of various agencies, including the HEIs and the NGOs, and what is the implementation plan? Yes, it's a very important area. This area, this is the one that can help us to realize the demographic dividends, whatever we have been talking of. This is the one that can help us to reach the Prime Minister's the goal of reaching the $5 trillion of economy by 2025. But a detailed planning and a meticulous implementation is critical for the success, because it's a complex issue. There are various socio-economic, cultural kind of issues that are there, possibly including political also into that. So that way, if you got to move ahead, we have to take this initiative forward as an ongoing journey. It can't be something like a new thing. What all we have learned in the past so many years, over something like 32 years, that is something that from there we have to build up onto that. What is the role of of higher education institutions in improving the adult education? Number one is designing outcomes-based educational framework. That is something very critical. Understanding, there we are talking of 5 types of literacy we are talking of here. One is a foundational literacy, which is something we have talked of earlier in terms of reading, writing with understanding. Second is the life skills. The life skills, they are undergoing dramatic changes over a period of time. As the technology is impacting us, the life skills, like on a day-to-day basis, we find, the kind of just to live a life, to lead a decent life, these skills are undergoing changes. We got to look at that. What are the things that are critical for this? Third is a basic educational skills in terms of getting them into a formal education, while some success for them, how to take it forward into this. Third is the university extension programs, talking of a lifelong kind of education, what we've been talking of, on how we can embed them into that so that it's not limited to get one qualification. The fifth one, which is very, very critical for the employment, is vocational skills, particularly for a local employment. In fact, in the recent COVID-19 has exposed with the kind of, the risks involved with regard to the migration labor. Migration labor, yes, in India, in fact, so much of, because of the disparities with regard to the economic development, lot of kind of migratory labor is there. From certain pockets, from certain state, they have to go for a job somewhere else. Whenever any problem comes like this, in the past we have seen there was socio-economic and various types of problems that are there. The migrant labor, they get affected very badly. So that way, I think, the vocational skills are critical to get them local employment, so that the savings are better, they can take care of the families very well. Then providing the infrastructure that is there with the higher education institutions after we want to complete the regular classes, so that after that, the infrastructure is available for the training of the people. The other thing that is important is a capacity building by training the teachers on not just on a pedagogy. Pedagogy is for the children. Here we are talking of andragogy. Andragogy is how the adults learn and then how to teach the adults. Because in terms of the age, in terms of experience, they are at a different stage. So this being the case, the andragogy, it also involves, they also have to unlearn certain things and relearn certain things, which is not the case with the pedagogy into that. But at the same time, you may have certain advantages with the andragogy because they have gone through their life and they understand what is happening there into that. Similarly, most of our universities, we are operating in areas where neighboring communities, villages that are there. We got to adopt some of the neighboring communities and motivate the teachers, students, and alumni. In fact, at university, we have been doing certain exercises there. Our neighboring village we have adopted. Children, we are trying to kind of educate them and give them some kind of supplement to this thing. And in fact, this year we have taken this as a mission to go into the adult kind of a literacy for our neighboring villages into that. That is something we are working on. Together, we can achieve the 100% literacy. That is possible. For this, what is required is, we have to work as a team and make it happen. So thank you very much for this thing into that. So with this, with your permission, I will just, I'll take out from this to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rao. We have among us the session chair, Professor Sushma Yadav. Ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, madam.
Thank you very much. And since we've already started it, I would like to, start in between. Please continue with the session. And I think, may I invite Professor Sujata Shahi to take her 10 minutes?
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Yadav.
And thank you, Professor Mittal. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And it's nice to see you all after a break. And I can see Shekhar Dutt ji. Sir, आपको सादर प्रणाम. नमस्कार. वो हमारे वाइस चेयरमैन रहे हैं, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट रहे हैं IAP के सर. Nice to see you here. और आपको बहुत सादर प्रणाम and नमस्कार to everyone. Sujata ji.
Yeah. Thank you, Sushma ji. and all present honorable vice chancellors, distinguished guests, educators, participants. I'm privileged to get this opportunity to talk about adult education and lifelong learning, which is one of the important aspects of our national education policy also. Thank you, Dr. Mittal and JIS University for giving me this opportunity. The new policy that has come after a gap of 34 years sets the ambitious target of 100% literacy by 2030. This target largely depends on the success of adult education program. Education is one of the important tools to understand life, understand self, understand society and democracy as well. Already our education policy highlighted the importance of adult education and lifelong learning in detail. Nowadays, adult education and lifelong learning constitute one of the most significant factors influencing economical growth and social development. Adult education does not end with, actually, education does not end with schooling, but it is a lifelong process. Little bit I can talk about data. Already Professor Rao has given wonderful data about the existing condition of non-literacy in our country. The summing up the same data in a different ways. Today, India has approx 28.27 crore non-literate population. This comprises of 3.26 crore youth who are non-literate in between 15 to 24 years and total 26.5 crore non-literate adults 15 years and above. Now question comes, we all are sitting here to discuss adult education and lifelong learning. Now question comes, how to achieve this gross enrollment ratio, GER, and plus 100% literacy, by which means I think adult education, apart from simple education system which we have, adult education is the only way to increase and achieve the gross enrollment ratio. Adult education can be understood as extending educational options to those adults who have lost the opportunity and have crossed the age of formal education. Right now, Mr. Rao talked about migration during COVID. What happened to those people? What kind of livelihood they had? Few people had seen, and they can understand the feeling of those people who are not literate and lost their jobs during this COVID period. Adult education actually is not a new concept. As per psychology developed by Malcolm in 1968, adult learning theory or andragogy, actually this is the concept of a study of how adults learn and how it's different from children. You know, there is a huge demarcation line between normal learning and adult learning. Normal learning, we can send our kids, students to school for learning, but adult, if he wants to learn, he will learn. This is the one very, very big point in between normal learning, regular school, college learning, and adult education. Actually, adult education show how adult learning is distinct and identify the learning styles, what kind of styles they need, which suit them best. Over the years, the theory has been added and adapted. We have used this theory as a learning style in our psychology program in number of programs, and we felt there is a demarcation line between normal, like school going, college going, and teaching those adults who are actually not willing or who had not received any opportunity to learn. Adult education benefits the individual by making them understand and recognize their own other human rights. For instance, right to work, right health, take part in cultural life, conduct of public affairs, so forth, in number of activities. Already Professor Rao had mentioned, even signing the check, the amount they receive as a remuneration as a daily worker, they are not aware. to open an account in bank, they're not aware. To sign the document of their children, they're not aware. This is like the situation in our country right now. So to improve adult education, they need to have a perfect strategy with defined responsibilities for each stakeholder. Here I can highlight, maybe I will repeat little bit points which already Professor Rao had raised. Role of educational institute, the first point I want to discuss, either formal, non-formal or informal. Education given by educational institutions are helping them to live, develop and enrich their capabilities for living. Already it is happening. We have government and our regulatory bodies have given like kind of consideration to BVOC and MVOC degree as a recognized degree everywhere. But still, more focus is required on vocational, professional certification, which can be offered to adults in the community by local schools, colleges, and universities. Maybe they don't have opportunity to go far away to have some kind of BVOC on the job, some kind of training. But we can provide certain certification, not only linked with high quality like learning, just for their livelihood, if that can be provided by local schools, colleges and universities, that will help. These kind of courses like web design to philosophy, art appreciation, and can help young adults who are otherwise not very much interested in academics or are not very bright. So we have to design the course curriculum, the adult learning program completely differently. Then role of society, where the maximum number of our adult population or everyone, we all live in a kind of society. The societal role is also important to motivate these people. Otherwise, what is happening? A kind of taboo in society. Recently, I conducted one mental health program with Gurugram Authority, administrative body, and we felt people illiterate, non-literate women, they were coming to us to learn something. What is like stress, what is mental health, what is like eating disorder. Suppose we have some kind of non-academic, a different kind of thing where we can at least create awareness to our people, our adult group, some kind of knowledge, if we can impart, that will be a great learning for society. And the role of society is also important to motivate them to learn. Lifelong learning can enhance their understanding of the world around us, provide them with more and better opportunities, and improve their quality of life. Third point, I'm thinking like role of corporate. Again, the kind of jobs are coming. We are shifting to the jobs which are non-known to us. There, we need to think about reskilling and skilling of relearning of workforce, and especially in manufacturing sector and automobile manufacturing, other sector, where largely the maximum adult population working as a workforce, blue collar people, they need to retrain, reskill for their livelihood. Maybe they will not have any job after 2 years on which they are working right now. So some kind of like relearning, reskilling, and here role of corporate is very, very important to come and join hand with academics to provide these kind of education to adults who are working there. In India, we have seen significant changes in employment and have few opportunities for retraining. We see high employment, especially among the youngest and oldest citizens. Through adult education, we can transform lives. It provides new job opportunities, creates pathways for future learning, activates adult artistic passions, and build new social networks. One thing, most adults read barely. They usually attend courses or training on behalf of the employers. That is why here I would like to focus on role of employers in adult learning and lifelong learning process, what kind of role they can play, important role to provide reskilling of their employees and motivate them to learn more. Today, even employers, other side, if we can see, even employers, they try to hire employees not because of their specific competence, they are tech or they have a higher qualification, but because they have the ability to adapt quickly and can catch themselves. This is the new funda in corporate sectors. When we go for placement, they don't see the CGPA. Now they see the student has ability to adapt things, openness to experience. The same thing with blue collar. I have given like white collar, but same thing with blue collar. The kind of adaptability and attitude they have, employers are willing to hire. So we need to train them, our blue collar people on that scale. Even for individual side, some kind of awareness program we can handle along with administration that will motivate individual to learn. And what Professor Rao said, we all have 5 villages under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. We go and we motivate people to come forward and learn and take participation in our various programs. But still, they have mental taboo to come forward regarding their education, regarding their contribution. So this is another important, although we can implement any number of policies, but still the individual motivation, we have to work on it, either through NGOs, counselors, whosoever. This is also very important. Lifelong learners are motivated to learn and develop because they want to. So that we need to create like that kind of urgency in their mind. It is a deliberate and voluntary act. Lifelong learners refers to the process of gaining knowledge and learning new skills throughout the life. If they are motivated, they will participate. Whatever policies, whatever curriculum, whatever we design, they will understand and they will participate. Many people in India continue their education for personal development and fulfillment, while others see it is a significant step towards career development or enhancement. Significant stress on adult education will not only help the considerable population to innovate, adapt, observe new horizons in novel and changing fields, but also prove to be a driver for personal and professional progress. Literacy and basic education open up a whole new world for personal, economic, and lifelong learning opportunities. Here we have certain, like we discussed the role of stakeholders, but certain challenges, which I think already we have to work on it. We know the disadvantages of poor literacy rate in India. Already NEP has also highlighted certain disadvantages of poor literacy rate, poor literacy or non-literate people, like carry out basic financial transactions, applying for jobs, loans, use of technology. Even I have seen signing, they are willing to send their wards, kids to schools, but they are not able to sign the document, admission even form. They are willing to pay money for their children schooling and academics, but they are not able to even sign a single document and understand the fee structure or any academic structure of their children. That is why also it's very, very important. Certain challenges which I think one of the common challenge is difficulty of returning to a classroom setting after spending years in workforce. Adult education, government had propagated adult education program, evening classes, everything. But the success rate is not as expected. This is slightly different. So here, this one is the one challenge which we feel difficulty of returning to a classroom setting after spending years in the workforce. Many adult students also struggle to find the time to pursue education alongside their obligations at work, at home. It's again challenge. Creating amiable atmosphere that facilitates learning. This is another challenge. The infrastructure, the kind of culture, situation, context is again challenge. Role of facilitator. The kind of curriculum, the kind of training program a faculty can impart the knowledge, that is again in a very nascent stage. We have not defined the certain progressive steps for designing a separate curriculum based on the need and demand of an adult. So that is another challenge. Even trainer, teachers or lecturers, they are not enough trained to understand the andragogy and teach that kind of segment. Another challenge is in existing system is isolation of adult education in education system. This is another challenge which I feel. Age structure of adults is another challenge. Family circumstances and background of the learner means adult is again challenge. Gender mobilization, the kind of, we can see the ratio, although we are working on glass ceiling, like inclusiveness and everything, but still the ratio is quite different between male and female and men and women. That we need to again focus how to motivate these people to improve gross enrollment ratio and 100% literacy. Even need to understand the psychological challenges of learner, lack of motivation, mental fatigue, social taboo. These are certain from learner side. So these are certain challenges. I think we need to work on it. And now, because 10 minutes given to us, without taking much of time towards the end, I would like to bring your attention to the fact that adult education is an indispensable aspect of our society, and we need to address the challenges that India has today and will have for years to come. It should be monitored properly. This is my request, Dr. Pankaj Mittal and other regulatory bodies to give special focus on this process. Once again, thank you, Dr. Mittal, for organizing such an important meet on this issue and giving me opportunity to share my point of views. Thank you, Dr. Mittal. Thank you, Sushma ji. Thank you, Professor Rao. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujata ji. Thank you very much. Professor Sushma Yadav.
Thank you.
Dr. Sushma Yadav.
Sorry, I am facing what I think my fellow vice chancellors would understand, and I think Honorable Dattaji will very well understand some administrative issues around. So in between, I negotiate. Do we have another panelist?
Yeah.
Professor Shashikala Vanjari.
Yeah.
Professor Vanjari was in the other one. Thank you very much for coming here. You make our panel.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
And thanks, Pankaj ji, for being there all through. So I request now Professor Shashikala Vanjari.
Dr. Vasudha Kamath had to chair the session.
I know.
She could not come because her mother fell ill. So I requested Professor Sushma Yadav to chair, and she very graciously agreed at a short notice. So thank you very much. And then again, thanks to Professor Vanjari, because she also, I told her in the morning only that now we have one absentee. So please keep the gap, and she agreed.
Okay.
So,
thank you. Thank you. So I invite Professor Vanjari.
Thank you, Sushma ji. आदरणीय अध्यक्षा प्रोफेसर सुषमा जी यादव, हमारे सभी सहकारी पैनलिस्ट और आदरणीय पंकजा मैडम, मैं बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ पंकजा मैडम, because you know that very well, we are in administration, so we have to do a lot of things at a single moment. Okay, thank you very much. Now, we have listened Professor O.R.S. Rao and Sujata Shahi, and I think there is nothing left after hearing to them. But still, I would like to do the justice to my as a speaker. I would like to highlight few points. Definitely, I would take care of not focusing the points which were highlighted by Professor Rao and Sujata Madam. Friends, I would like to go back into the vision of the policy. There is one thought in the preamble of the policy, and it is the vision of the policy is to instill among the learners a deep rooted pride in being Indian, not only in thought but also in spirit, intellect, and deeds, as well as to develop knowledge, skills, values, and dispositions that support responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development, and living and global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. When I look to this particular aim or goal, which is focused in the policy, and what I do understand. Yes, we know that since long we are well acquainted with this literacy program, adult education and lifelong education. But then what is more required? When we are thinking or we have set the goal to inculcate the national spirit about our nation, our country, and we want to make them able to understand this the concept of national pride. Then there is need to have education. It may be in the formal form or it may be in the informal or non-formal form. We know that already in the policy document, it is highlighted that NCERT will take the care to frame the curriculum. And while framing or while developing the curriculum for this adult education program, it is an urgent need to focus 5 programs at least. The programs are as foundational literacy, critical life skill, vocational skill development, basic education, and continuing education. Friends, what I would like to highlight here, when we say that the collective wisdom that is required to understand the national spirit, हमारा एक राष्ट्रीयत्व समझने के लिए, जानने के लिए हमारे में काबिलियत की आवश्यकता होती है। आज हम लोग देख रहे हैं, अनुभव कर रहे हैं कि भारत एक आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र बन रहा है और वो बनने के लिए मुझे लगता है कोविड ने हमें बहुत कुछ सिखाया। हमारे आदरणीय पंत प्रधान श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, इन्होंने जस्ट शुरुआत की कि भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनना चाहिए और कुछ क्षणों में हमने ये प्रक्रिया को आत्मसात करके हम उसके आगे चल पड़े, उसके और चल पड़े। और आज के वर्तमान में 2 वैक्सीन हमारे पास आत्मनिर्भर भारत की एक निशानी बनी है। और जब हम लोग इस पहल को, इस आयाम को देखते हैं, तो मेरी मान्यता ये है कि समाज में ऐसा कोई घटक है जो शिक्षा से वंचित ना रहे। एडल्ट एजुकेशन के बारे में मैं यही कहना चाहती हूँ कि शासन ने हमें एक फ्रेमवर्क हमें देने वाले हैं, पर ये फ्रेमवर्क को हम लोग ध्यान से देखेंगे तो वी हैव टू थिंक अबाउट द कलेक्टिव विजडम which should be reflected through the 5 different programs which are to be considered while developing the curriculum for this particular adult education program. Because unless and until we have that wisdom, we have that spirit, it is impossible to make our India self-reliant. और ये भाव, ये श्रद्धा, ये विश्वास, ये आत्मनिर्भरता निर्माण करने के लिए हमारा जो एक घटक है जो काफी वंचित है। अभी सुजाता जी ने बहुत अच्छे से कुछ संख्या भी रखी है सामने, तो उसमें एक मन में आता है कि कि हमारा जो एक डिप्राइव्ड क्लास है, दोज दे आर नॉट गेटिंग ऑल दिस फैसिलिटी टू लर्न एट प्रॉपर टाइम। क्योंकि सीखने के लिए कंटिन्यूइंग एजुकेशन की जब हम बात कर रहे हैं तो शिक्षा की तो हमें अपॉर्चुनिटी या क्या बोलेंगे उपलब्धि होगी, परंतु सही समय पे हमने यदि ये भाव हमारे जो वंचित घटक है जो शिक्षा के प्रभाव में नहीं है वो सीखना चाहते हैं, तो उसके लिए हमें ये प्रयास हमारा एक बहुत ही अच्छा कदम रहेगा, ऐसी मेरी मान्यता है। और प्रौढ़ शिक्षा में एक पॉलिसी में एक बहुत अच्छा विषय आया है, उसको भी मैं अंडरलाइन करके आपके सामने रखती हूँ, और वो शायद क्योंकि रिपीटेशन ना हो इसलिए इस विचार को मैं बहुत अच्छे से एम्फसाइज करना चाहती हूँ। देखिए 21.3 में पॉलिसी में एक 2-3 लाइनें दी है। भारत एवं विश्व भर में हुए व्यापक शोध अध्ययन और विश्लेषण स्पष्ट तौर पर दर्शाते हैं कि राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति, संगठनात्मक संरचना, उचित योजना, पर्याप्त वित्तीय सहायता और स्वैच्छिक कार्यकर्ताओं का उच्चतर गुणवत्तापूर्ण क्षमता संवर्धन के साथ साथ स्वयं सेवा और सामुदायिक भागीदारी और एकजुट होना ये प्रौढ़ शिक्षा साक्षरता कार्यक्रमों की सफलता के प्रमुख कार्य है। देखिए बहुत सुंदर शब्दों में पॉलिसी में इसको हाईलाइट किया है कि हमारा वॉलंटरिज्म, स्वयं सेवा, वॉलंटरीली एखादी चीज करना, और दूसरा सामुदायिक भागीदारी। आज विश्व में भारत का नाम बहुत आदर से लिया जाता है, और कोरोना ने वो परिस्थिति हमें बहुत ही प्रतिकूल, ऐसी परिस्थिति होने के बावजूद भी हमारे पूरे राष्ट्र में हमारा जो कलेक्टिव विजडम था, हमारी जो सभ्यताएं थी, हमारी जो संस्कृति का एक दर्शन हमने जो दिया पूरे विश्व को, वो मुझे लगता है कि ये दुनिया में कहीं नहीं देखने को मिला। और ये सब जब हम देखते हैं तो सामुदायिक भागीदारी, कलेक्टिवनेस, स्पिरिट ऑफ टुगेदरनेस, बिलोंगिंगनेस, ओनरशिप, इसका संवर्धन करने के लिए हमें ऐसे घटकों के पास पहुंचना पड़ेगा कि जो इस एडल्ट एजुकेशन के माध्यम से हम पूरी कर सके, वो आवश्यकता को हम पूरी कर सके। राव साहब ने अभी बहुत अच्छा विश्लेषण किया, सुजाता जी ने भी काफी आंकड़े और काफी चीजें दी कि क्वालिटी लाइफ किसको कहेंगे हम। क्वालिटी लाइफ हमने मजदूरों को देखा, हमने कुछ सेलिब्रिटी को देखा ये कोविड पीरियड में कि जो समाज के लिए काम कर रहे थे, मजदूर गांव छोड़कर जा रहे थे, तब काफी स्वयंसेवी संगठन आकर काम करने लगी। बहुत बहुत देश में अगिनत ऐसे कार्यक्रम हुए जिसको हम लोग अभी शायद मैं उल्लेख करना चाहूंगी तो भी नहीं कर पाऊंगी। ये सब जो कार्यक्रम या ये जो भी हमारे निरीक्षण रहे, ऑब्जर्वेशंस रहे, ये किसके कारण हुआ है? तो मन में एक देश के प्रति एक भाव निर्माण करना है। शिक्षा नीति, शिक्षा में सुधार करना, और 34 इयर्स के बाद आफ्टर ए लॉन्ग गैप ऑफ 34 इयर्स वी हैव रिसीव्ड दिस डॉक्यूमेंट, तो इसका हमने बहुत ही अच्छा स्वागत किया है। अभी इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना है। भाई हम विश्व में विश्व गुरु बनना चाहते हैं, और हमें मालूम है कि कृणवत्तो विश्वमार्यम, वी हैव टू मेक अवर कंट्री ऑफ ग्रेट, तो ही हम लोग कर पाएंगे। और ये भाव यदि निर्माण करना है तो सिर्फ औपचारिक शिक्षा तक हम सीमित ना रहते हुए, हम लोग जो डिप्राइव्ड हैं, जो सीखना चाहते हैं, एडल्ट्स हैं, उनका एज तो हो गया है, उनको फॉर्मल औपचारिक शिक्षा के क्लास में हमको बैठाना नहीं है, पर हम इतना अच्छा प्रोग्राम बनाएंगे कि उसके कारण हमारे हर बंधु भगिनी में ये भाव निर्माण होगा। आत्मनिर्भरता हम लोग प्रत्यक्ष रूप में थ्रू प्रैक्टिकल वेज, प्रैक्टिकल मीन्स, हम लोग यदि इफ वी आर एबल टू मेक सेल्फ रिलायंस भारत, देन एंड देन वी कुड अचीव द टारगेट, और टारगेट बोलना उचित नहीं होगा, वी कुड बी एबल टू अचीव द गोल्स ऑफ नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी। और इसलिए हमारे जो 5 प्रोग्राम्स एनसीईआरटी के माध्यम से आने वाले हैं प्रौढ़ शिक्षा में, पहला है फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी। काफी यानी बहुत उस पर चर्चा हुई है, उसमें भी हमें ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि व्हाट काइंड ऑफ लिटरेसी, though it is reflected in the document foundational literacy and numeracy, but practical way मैं एक अनुभव आपसे शेयर करना चाहूंगी कि एक लीडरशिप प्रोग्राम में राजस्थान की कुछ सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप की महिलाएं आई थी और हम तो पढ़े लिखे थे पर उनकी पढ़ाई नहीं हुई थी और वो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के माध्यम से उनमें जो अवेयरनेस थी फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी की वो इतनी अच्छी थी कि वो अपना सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप का जो एक वित्तीय जो विवरण था वो बहुत अच्छे से बता रही थी। तो मुझे आश्चर्य लगा कि हम लोग तो 4 वॉल्स में बैठ के और बहुत सारा डिजिटलाइज क्लासरूम और आईसीटी के माध्यम से अपनी विद्वत्ता बताते हैं, पर वो भी महिलाएं काफी उनका परिवेश जो था और वेश जो था वेशभूषा वो काफी इंडिफरेंट थी, फिर भी वो लोग बहुत अच्छे से समझ रहे थे। तो ये चीजें जो है कि जिसको हम नजरअंदाज नहीं कर सकते, वी कैन नॉट इग्नोर ऑल दीज थिंग्स। इनको यदि हम लोग ये प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी और न्यूमरेसी के माध्यम से क्रिटिकल लाइफ स्किल महत्वपूर्ण जीवन कौशल्य, बहुत बार ऐसा हमें दिखता है कि सब कुछ है उनके पास, बहुत अच्छे स्किल्स है। फिर से मैं ट्राइबल का उदाहरण दूंगी, जो मूर्तियां बनाते हैं वो मूर्तियों में कुछ उनके पास ऐसे हर्ब्स होते हैं कि वो उसमें ऐड करने के बाद वो किसी मोल्ड को चिपकता नहीं। तो ये जो लिक्विड फॉर्म में जो भी डालते हैं वो एक मोल्ड रहता है और मोल्ड में डालते हैं, मैंने ऐसा सुना है और पढ़ा भी है। तो उनके पास कुछ हर्ब्स होते हैं वो उसमें ऐड करते हैं और उसके कारण वो मूर्तियां अच्छी बना सकती। हम उनको यदि इस प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से क्रिटिकल लाइफ स्किल्स यदि हम उनको पढ़ाएंगे तो उनमें एक कॉन्फिडेंस आएगा, आत्मनिर्भरता आएगी, वोकेशनल स्किल डेवलपमेंट, व्यावसायिक कौशल्य, मार्केटिंग का कौशल्य है, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, अभी नई नई चीजें आ रही है। दे आर डूइंग वेरी वेल बट दे डोंट नो हाउ टू गेट इनटू मार्केट। तो ये भी हम लोग उनको सिखाएंगे और शायद हमारा करिकुलम आने के बाद वी विल सी कि व्हाट आर द न्यू थिंग्स इन दैट। बेसिक एजुकेशन, बुनियादी शिक्षा आना चाहिए, क्योंकि अभी एटीएम से निकालना है, बैंक में अकाउंट निकालना है या बहुत सारी चीजें करना है, उनको आधार के माध्यम से बहुत सारी फैसिलिटीज है। अब 182 पे कंप्लेंट करना है तो शी शुड बी और ही शुड बी एबल टू गिव द जस्टिस टू हिज और हर ओन प्रॉब्लम। तो ये माध्यमों का भी उनको उजागर करना बहुत आवश्यक रहेगा। और लास्ट का जो प्रोग्राम है इट इज टू बी इंक्लूडेड in the whole framework and that is about continuing education। ये तो हम लोग सालों से अनुभव कर रहे हैं कि हमारी बीच में शिक्षा छूट जाती है, फिर भी हम लोग आगे आकर उसको पढ़ाई के बहुत सारे एवेन्यूज हमारे लिए हैं, तो वी कैन गेट इनटू दैट। और काफी पॉलिसी में कहा है कि सुटेबल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, यस वी डू नीड सुटेबल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए, इंस्ट्रक्टर्स बहुत अच्छे होना चाहिए, ये भी पॉलिसी में किया है, यानी हाईलाइट किया है नेशनल लेवल पर, स्टेट लेवल पर, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर। जो इंस्ट्रक्टर्स रहेंगे उनको भी हमको ध्यान में लेना है, बिकॉज टीचर इज टू फॉर व्हाट he would be a facilitator for that particular situation or for that learner, but at the same time he has to understand the need of that adult learner। तो ये पूरा एक बहुत अच्छे से हम कार्यक्रम बनाएंगे। पार्टिसिपेशन ऑफ कम्युनिटी मेंबर्स इन एडल्ट एजुकेशन, इस पे मैं ज्यादा जोर दूंगी, क्योंकि कम्युनिटी इन्वॉल्वमेंट यदि हम करते हैं तो हमें बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट मिलते हैं। और मैंने एकदम शुरुआत में भी कहा है कि कम्युनिटी, ये सामुदायिक भागीदारी जो है वो कलेक्टिव विजडम उसमें से जो दिखता है, उसके कारण हमारी जो संस्कृति का संवर्धन है वो भी करने में हमें मदद होती है। और जब हम एडल्ट एजुकेशन की बात कहते हैं तो समटाइम्स व्हाट वी फाइंड, learners may not be in the mood to learn by sitting before the teacher, but through these various ways and modes we can equip them, whatever we want, whatever we wish to bring into them, we will definitely get accomplished, or we will be accomplishing that particular objective through informal ways। तो ये then one point is also there, improving the availability of books। Friends, you know that the books are available, but because of not translated in proper language or state language or that regional language, they are found problems। So for adult learners, we have to take care of that. And the last point is technology. We are in the age of technology, so all of us are suddenly switch over to technology because of this COVID-19. And really, it is very fantastic. Though Pankaj Madam sitting in Delhi and I am sitting in Nagpur, we are together here. That makes amazing. We can say that endeavor to work on it. So friends, definitely through these 5 6 points, we will achieve the goal of adult education, which is set under the National Education Policy 2020. Thank you, Sushma ji. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pankaj Madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Banjari. I think it has been a great panel. And do we have another panelist? Pankaji, according to me, it's not there.
There is no panelist. No,
Not there is. As earlier decided by Professor Vasudha Kamath, because she had said that let's have 10 minutes and then let's have some discussion. We have with us 24 minutes more. And so let's have 15 minutes of discussion, because I think all the panelists here are as wise as we are. And therefore, we must surely listen to them or have their observations, comments, suggestions. And then if you will all agree, I'll have my 10 minutes, not even 15 minutes, but 10 would be enough. Thank you so much. So we can, Pankaji, with your permission, we can open the house for suggestions, comments, observations.
May I put in a word, please?
Sure. Welcome. Welcome.
I'm Dr. Lieutenant General Rajan Grewal. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Sikkim Manipal University. And our profound gratitude goes out to Dr. Pankaj Mittal, of course, Dr. Sushma Yadav, and all the distinguished speakers, panelists through the course of the day. As usual, we also learned our multitasking. The governor had held a session on education today in his over there briefly, while I carried my laptop there and pretended I was doing both. So I believe all the initiatives taken under the aegis of the AIU and especially leveraging higher education have been very commendable and praiseworthy. I'll stick to the context of education. Clearly, this we need to understand needs to focus on the people who are underserved, who are in remote areas of lower socio-economic status, as also have limited access to, let's say, so clearly we need to enhance awareness, address the key issue in their cases would be the employability and employment related outcomes. So I think a focus on that would be very important for the success of this. Also, one size does not fit all. So, maybe a curriculum conclave is the thing that we could consider, because if we have more of suitable curricula that could be customized to a particular subset of adult learners, it would make a lot of difference. Maybe an interdepartmental core group could be set up in which we could put our shoulders together and contribute in a meaningful manner. And also the going by what is called by in the international what is good practices abroad, not necessarily replicable in India, but for developing countries, there's this global report on adult learning and education that, and sure that if you are able to remove the barriers from technology resistance to access to situational issues and dispositional issues, we would definitely make a positive beginning and outcomes and results which would be very favorable. Once again, thank you very much for another great initiative anchored by and the eminent panelists who joined today. We look forward to participating in any meaningful manner later during future events. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Grewal. Thank you so much. Do we have some other intervention? Thank you.
I just, Sushma ji, with your permission and Pankaj ji,
Sure.
I would like to add one more point. Somewhere when we design the curriculum for adult, we have to keep in our mind the psychological point of view. Because maybe I speak from my background is psychology. That's why I'm thinking from that perspective also. But one more thing we can keep in our mind, recognition of prior learning. Suppose we are intervening in manufacturing unit for adult learning, they earn something during their job. That recognition can be added with adult education, and we can give them like value that you have learned this much, and now again this much of course can add value in your learning, and it will give you recognition also, either certificate or diploma some kind. It will motivate adult to a great extent, which I personally felt this kind of recognition. You worked and you earned, you have experience. Simple example, a plumber is not literate, but he's working since last 7 years on plumbing. He's the best person. But that recognition is missing when he is going to take admission in adult education program. So somewhere like linking this one is very, very important. Already maybe after a few, we are working on it. Mr. Nehru and I am working on it. So how to connect recognition of prior learning, but it's very important. Always we have to keep in mind while designing the curriculum.
Thank you.
They are talking of recognition of prior learning in the skill education.
Yeah.
So that will be there of different levels.
Yeah, it's very important.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's very important. Thank you.
Okay, I have an observation.
Yes, welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Yadav. It's nice to see you in this.
So nice to see you,
I'm sure
sir.
that you will be wonderfully engrossed in your lovely university, where I've been a number of times when.
Lovely. Thanks to Pankaj ji, sir. I think this university is known to all. You know, I think the people who matter.
Yeah.
And you surely one among them at top. Thank you, sir, for this lovely response.
We
I
came
would
to
say.
the university twice and we were blessed.
Really, really.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
sir, do it again. I'll make an occasion.
But right now, what I want to give an information. Actually, when the topic is adult education and lifelong learning, yes, it has to be lifelong learning. Otherwise, also because if we stop learning, we are dead. I mean, only a dead person or a living thing. If he's dead, then he doesn't learn. But there's a word called continued or continuing education. I think it's very important to understand that. And what happens is, excuse me, just a minute.
Professor Yadav, after Professor Dutt, our Vice President, Professor Thiru Vasagam also wants to speak.
Yeah, so what I was telling that this is real life. 1945, World War II was over. A very large number of soldiers who were fighting in Europe, in North Africa, all over against the Germans, they came back to England. So suddenly, an influx of millions of people. This resulted, and they were all either married or in marriageable age. So this resulted in the next 2 years as large number of children were born in UK. So this is called boom years. Now, when you have a sudden influx of very large number of children, then a responsible government starts seeing how many schools are there for early learning and primary education. So suddenly they had to create a huge capacity in primary education. Education cannot be given without teachers. And unlike India, where we had single school teachers, the primary schools of Britain had at least 5 teachers. So a large number of very young people had to be trained. They were in different vocations. So they were trained to become teachers. And this continued for the next 5, 8, 10 years, because by that time the children moved away from the primary school stage into then then came another 20, 25 years later when these young people became marriageable, and for the next 10 years again we had boom years. So Britain has this continuous cycle of boom years, and they train. Now in the boom years, primary school teachers are required. Otherwise, they are continuing or adult education teachers. So adult education teachers need training to become again primary school teachers. So training, retraining, training, retraining. Now another country at a much later stage, life expectancy increased. And when life expectancy increased, what do you do with 60-year-old people? 60-year-old people are able to do a whole lot of other things. So this country retrained them into software and other things and created an army of software well-trained people, and again put them into the actual jobs, and has become one of the most leading powerful country again, because it has used its human as resources and continuously seen the kind of training which can be given to a particular age group of people. So this is a continued education. So what I'm saying is that we have to actually think of these kind of things. We have to teach our single man or woman establishment, a shop establishment or a ready establishment or something, so that they can do accounts and maintain a proper account, because they also have to give taxes, so that they can fill up their tax returns and things like that. Now all these requires training, and all this. So whether it is self-employed, whether it is employed by an organization, or whether it is government, I think you do require, as time goes, training and retraining, so that the entire workable population can work and add into the increase of GDP. And India requires that. India GDP is, per capita GDP is very low. So we have enormous scope. Our management of our resources has to be done, and the best resources, the people. So I think education and training is a continuous affair, and retraining, reskilling, plus new skilling is essential.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. They're wonderful inputs. And they come from your, global and defense background, which most of us do not have as much. And so you could, connect it with the world wars and the requirement of manpower after that. Thanks for these
very
insightful. Yes, sir.
You'll be surprised that the World War period has reshaped the learning. Most of the management precepts, PERT, CPM, everything has come from the World War, because how to compress manufacturing time, how to make things without any fault, all these kind of things has been, so new management precepts, new manufacturing precepts have been done during the World War.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. for these insights. They're wonderful insights, and I think surely will lead us to think anew and rethink, as you say, relearn, and new learning, and all that combined together, and then we go to the policies which are required for adult education. Because I think, as you rightly pointed out, sir, adult education in India was taken much more. Yes, sir, I'm just coming to you. Sir, I'm just coming to you. I'll invite you just now. We're waiting for you. Let me finish this sentence and I come to you, sir. So what you were saying, sir, because education here was education of numeracy and literacy when adult education was concerned. We hardly linked it with skills. And I think that's what is required, and you are pointing out, and we will take it, hold it for the future. Thank you. And yes, thank you very much, sir. And now I invite Dr. Thiruvasagam, if I'm right, Professor Thiruvasagam.
Yes, yes. Good evening.
Very good evening.
Yeah, good evening,
Welcome.
Vice Chancellor Sushma Yadav, Madam. See, adult education and the lifelong learning, mostly of theoretical oriented, and what we provide in different forums require a lot of attention of practical side. So basically, it's not a question of, it's my understanding, it's not a question of distributing certificates and make them eligible to go for a self-employment or think about increasing the revenue. Unless we provide them practical training, the permanent employment or permanent revenue will not be assured. As on date, all our universities, or at least most of our universities, we have a distance education program. Distance education, some of them they call it as a continuous education program as well, in which there is no much importance for this adult education. So what I propose, not only myself, even in our own national education policy, it is given very clearly that the infrastructure available in the colleges and universities, because the colleges, apart from the working hours, even during holidays, all the infrastructures are very much ideal. We are not able to make use of it. When it's a case, the people who are coming and seeking for adult education may be given such infrastructure, provided the universities should take the program of adult education and lifelong learning education as a part of that program. They are very successful in offering distance education program, that is one side, but the equal importance must be given by all the universities. Luckily, our Vice Chancellor Sushma Yadav is here. She is the member of the UGC as well. And that kind of emphasis and importance will certainly make the program very effective and sustainable also. This is my opinion.
Fine, sir. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's very, very valuable opinion that you've given. And I'm sure UGC will consider it and should also consider it. And that will make distance education and adult education integrated as well as worthwhile. And now, thank you very much for this input. If there is no pressing intervention, I think I may conclude this session. Pankajji? Thank you. Thank you so much. And if some friend remains, I think tomorrow also we have another panel and maybe they can join. I am deviating from addressing because I would address most respected Shekhar Dutt-ji, Honorable Chancellor of many universities, I'm sure, has been and is and will be. So I will start my address with you. And then my dear friend and my predecessor at BPSMB, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, now the General Secretary of AIU, and she leaves her footprints where she is, and she's doing it here also. My fellow panelists, Professor Rao, Honorable Vice Chancellor, ICFI, Ranchi, Professor Sujata Shahi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, IILM Gurugram, Professor Shashikala Vanchari, Honorable Vice Chancellor, the oldest women university, I think one of the oldest SNDT, and the host university who's holding this Vice Chancellor's conference under the umbrella of AIU. All my friend panelists who have spoken on the subject, who are dear colleagues as well, and all those who have intervened or given their suggestions, which were very, very valuable. I think I must thank AIU and compliment them for holding this conference and putting us all together and co-opting me into this role, although it came suddenly and it came, out of providence. But thank you so much, Pankajji, and I think I must compliment you because under your stewardship, AIU is performing great role and doing really leadership role, I would say, which is required. Coming to the subject, I would agree with all my panelists because they have already given us the data, they have already given us insights. But I would still say that something which I think Professor Rajan Grewal said, the curriculum conclave can be one very good take-home recipe for AIU, which can be put before UGC also, because we have to somewhere reconcile the curricula. And what respected Shekhar Dutt said, our education must also be relevant, connected to skills, and connected to the required times. All of us, Pankajji is younger to us, but I think all of us, my generation and my predecessors, they have heard about adult education since long. And adult education only meant for us some literacy and some numeracy. Anpadon ko padha dena hai, that was the idea of adult education. Although that should not be the only idea of education or adult education. As Dutt Sahab said, like the boom years were met by skilling, reskilling, training, retraining, the demographic dividend of India also must be met with such kind of policy. And these policies must reconcile our erstwhile separation between skills and education and learning, because we kept them separately. So we could hardly respect skills and we could not equate them with education. And so this blue collar and white collar perpetuated, which British had sown the seeds here. And lifelong learning became a duty which should not be, because if we go back to our Upanishads, the convocation advice of the Vice Chancellor or Kulpati or Kulguru is Satyam Vad Dharmam Char Swadhyayat Na Prapad. So Swadhyaya is what? It's learning basically. And so lifelong learning was a part of our education or end of formal education. And that must be understood. And all of you have said, I would give one example, what Shekhar Dutt has said, and also Grewalji and Nab Thirusagam also. When I was Vice Chancellor IGNOU, we had a contract, or we had an MOU with the Defense Forces. And sir, you know, and all of us know that the lower rank officers in army retire very early. So they have lots of skills, but no formal degrees. And so how do we utilize those skills? So they had an MOU with IGNOU, but then something wrong or something amiss happened, and finally the degrees were not awarded. Then I think HRD ministry intervened when I was there, and we had revival of that. And we awarded degrees based on their recognition of prior learning, which is skills, up to the tune of almost 5 lakhs. So such a magnitude and multitude. And you all know very well that army trained manpower or army, the trained young people from there really are trained and really can work wonders when they are given opportunities. So we have such learning, which Jataji was also saying, all around India. It may be the tribes, it may be the certain specific communities, it may be the craftspersons, it may be the handicrafts. All this must be roped into the education system if we really want to have lifelong learning as part of our education curriculum. And for that, training and changing of aptitudes and attitudes and perspectives among the teachers and among the policymakers, both is required. And then this policy may not be taken or adopted from somewhere out of the blues, but the policy must be carved out from our needs. So the National Education Policy 2020 talks about this. We must have a very ruthless analysis of the outcome of National Literacy Mission, which was running till now. Because really, did we intend to do only literacy of numbers and letters, or was it also to be linked with education somehow? And with open and distance learning, which this new education policy also advocates, I think finally we will be able to provide anywhere, anytime education, which is really lifelong learning, which will update our skills, as you have so kindly advised the policymakers or the education system, recognition of prior learning, and also link it with the skills which we acquire, and maybe we want to change, maybe we want to upgrade. And it must also be linked somewhere with what the education policy 2020 or this policy says. We must understand what the 64 kalas, the 64 kalas which were recognized in the Indian education system, 16 विद्याएं और 64 कलाएं, और उनमें से बहुत सारी कलाएं हमारी क्राफ्ट हैं, निपुणताएं हैं. पाक शास्त्र भी उनमें से एक है जिसको हमने रसोई तक सीमित कर दिया, परंतु वो स्वास्थ्य से जुड़ा हुआ है. तो उन सब कलाओं को जो भारतीय सभ्यता से, भारतीय मानस से, भारतीय जीवन शैली से निकली हैं, उन सब को भी हम इसमें सम्मिलित करें. और like Thiruvasagam ji said, Grewal ji also said, and sir, you also said that ji, we must connect it with curricula, with departments of education, with departments of adult education, with departments of continuing education, with departments of lifelong learning, with departments of distance education, and with departments of open and distance learning, because these are all the multifaceted approach to this. Because if we do that, I am sure we will be able to rope in the youth and the not so young also, or the demographic dividend which India can be proud of, into meaningful occupations, meaningful skills, and ultimately meaningful education, because education ultimately makes us worthy of living, and we do not die ever if we continue to learn, as you said, sir. So I think that should be the motto. I would say once again, thank you very much to all the learned panelists who have given their inputs and who've given us wonderful insights. All the honorable members who have given their observations and comments and suggestions. And I would once again compliment AIU, the host university, and my friend, Dr. Mittal, for giving me this opportunity and for putting this subject. Although, this was not my specialization. In fact, my specialization was much more equity and inclusion. But I think you gave me an opportunity to learn something new. And so it was learning for me as well. I would say thanks to all of you who had joined this session, and my real greetings, compliments, and wishes for a very, very meaningful deliberation to all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sushma ji, thank you.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thanks for accepting, although this was not your subject. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. The GIS.
So we can end here, or somebody will intervene?
GIS University host.
हमने टाइम पे खत्म कर दिया है जी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
अपनी टेम्पटेशन, ज्यादा बोलने की टेम्पटेशन सबको होती है, वो रोक करके। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much.
Before inviting the CAS for the proposing vote of thanks, it's a surprise to me and a rare to me as well. A former governor of a state and the chancellor of various universities who has been invited as a chief guest for the morning session. He is right now, even now until this time he is available. He has been listening, he has been participating. Sir, pranam to you, sir.
Pranam.
I have to register my appreciation and commitment, sir.
That is why, that is why he is the youngest of us all.
It's a great, Okay, that's great, sir.
Yes.
We seek your blessings always, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm learning quite a bit, so it is very interesting.
You teach us so much, sir, even by your sheer presence.
Dr. Chaudhary, come on.
Thank you all for this wonderful interactive session. Particularly, we want to extend our thanks to session chair, Professor Sushma Yadav, for conducting this session. Professor O.R.S. Rao, Dr. Shujata Shahi, and Professor Shashikala Manjari for sharing their views in this session. Delegates and speakers, with this, we have come to the end of today's session of 95th East Zone Vice Chancellor's Conference. Thank you all for your active participation. We would like to extend our sincere thanks to the chief guest, His Excellency Sri Shekhar Dutt. Thank you, sir. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, AIU. President of AIU, Dr. H. Pratap, and Professor Indranil Sengupta, Vice Chancellor of JIS University. We also extend our gratitude to all the chairpersons and speakers of different technical sessions. Thank you all. With this note, we would like to conclude today's meet. Hope you had a wonderful time. We will meet tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. The link will be open from 10 a.m. Till then, good night and stay safe. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Namaskar, sir. Thank you so much. Sabko namaskar. Vanakkam.
Thank you, everyone.
Vanakkam, Sushma ji, vanakkam.